set, go. allow us to introduce ourselves. We are the players, the members, and the fans of the TCSEL Sports League. We don't have big stadium shows, millions of viewers, or our own rap song. But you know what do we have? Our community, our casters, finals, and memes.
We don't play because we have to, we play because we love to. We have scored hundreds of goals from different angles, teams and players, but with one thing in common. If you ask us how to be a part of it, we got 2 words for you. Monday evening.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the TCSE Sports League, where we're continuing with our double weekend action. Of course, continuing from the TCS Challenger Cup from last night into the main league today. Day 7 of our league play overall, which could see some dramatic changes and some dramatic shifts in the league table overall. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Digital Bacon to break it all down. My friend, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good after the excitement of yesterday with our 2 new teams joining us, Jay. I'm looking forward to get back into league play, especially like you've already alluded to. Today's a big day. We've got some really big matches here, possibilities as well out there for, say, Mind Sanity and Vision Gaming to both get their first wins to try and separate them. But of course, we need a lot of separating all about the leaderboard because things are pretty close in some very important places.
Well, to break down what we've got coming up for you over the course of the day, our matches will be as follows. Slightly Salty will kick things off, taking on Lausanne Esports. We've got Sparks up against the Letty X side, Ira Legacy and Vision Gaming. As you mentioned, Vision trying to get that first win on the board. The Swiss Incredible Rebels versus Mind Sanity, who are in a very similar position to Vision. And the big guns, the big dogs, Edelweiss versus Coconut as the longest running, undisputed, uncontested champions of the TCS Esports League versus the team that for the longest time ever have wanted to contest that trophy. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they were able to do it here today, Bacon. We'll have to break that down in more detail as it comes. But firstly, let's get into Slightly Salty versus Lausanne Esports. A very contentious one because Lausanne would have been expected to be within that top 3 position, contesting for a top-end table angle. But Slightly Salty are the ones that are in that position instead.
Yeah, when you look at things, Lausanne by name last season were the runners-up. Of course, that was a bit of a different roster, it's got to be said, but nonetheless, Vision Gaming, Papagas last season, now the Lausanne squad, finished 3rd. So for them to now be all the way down in 6th just does not feel good. And that's not a safe 6 at all, because they're 2 wins behind 4th, which is more the spot to get to if you're having a bad season for a team of this sort of caliber. You know, last season when we were looking at the Vision Gaming side, they're able to finish 4th, and that was a very hotly contested playoff bracket where they had a bit of a naff start to the season, but they really turned it around in the second half. They're looking to turn it around as Lausanne in the second half, but it's all come off the back of having Ira Vela back in week 4 join the squad. I'm just double checking it on now. Back in week 4, joining the squad and starting to turn things around. But realistically, when we're looking at this Lausanne squad, they're just not clicking. And it's not down to Aravella on that. It's the other 2. It's Stocky and Safix, who have been teammates for a year now and just seem to not have any chemistry at the moment, which is super odd, isn't it?
It absolutely is, and it's something that needs to be, I think, addressed very, very soon before this team ends up dipping down. Because, like you mentioned, they are on the border of the promotion relegation place. So, like, they're in a bit of an awkward spot, and a loss today could mean everything to a team like Sparks, who are chasing them up down by a single win. So, if they're able to see the loss from Lausanne and get the victory a little bit later on today, then they could be able to usurp them overall. I mean, they have got the game difference to worry about, and of course, there is also the head-to-head results that they've got to think about. In that respect. So for Lausanne, a victory here is going to be everything. Sparks will be watching this one with keen intent. So I think that overall, in terms of the actual match predictions, I think a lot of people are going to be looking at this one and thinking the Slightly Salty probably would be the team to take it overall. But Bacon, do you see there's a chance for Lausanne to be able to get it together?
I mean, there is definitely always a chance for Lausanne. Look at these players. They are of such high accolade. I mean, straight up, Stocky right there is an old guard from the RLRS and has got so much experience. You've got Safix coming in from Denmark, I'm going to say off the top of my head. I'm pretty damn sure it's Denmark, but you know what it's like with those Scandinavian countries. You get it wrong and they'll suddenly bite your head off. But when we look at it as well, throw into the mix naturally that they've got Iravella now, Kiva beforehand, and Kiva should have been the big step up for them to be able to challenge. That he should have fit in as naturally that third man to the roster, being such a defensive playmaker towards the other two. But that didn't really work. They brought in Iravella, a third attacking player, and it just feels more like Iravella's having to pull a lot of weight. It comes down to Safix and Stocky who need to figure it out. And they've got to figure out in the hardest position right now because they've got the 3 top teams to face off in the final 3 weeks. Whereas you look at Sparks, as you alluded to earlier, have got very comfortable matches for them. Ones that they should be able to take. 2 of the teams currently sitting below them in the standings. But talk about sitting below. Let's sit in the stadium and watch this one, Jay. Slightly Salty in the silvery white and Lausanne in the blue.
If it's salt, it couldn't be anything other than pure white, to be honest here, Bacon. NACL off with the Lausanne side and immediately getting themselves into the attacking half of things. The blue defensive coming out of the net. Juju and Co do have potential and positioning, passing between each other. Carbo comes up with the aerial dribble now, trying to dive it in against these 2 individuals. Almost takes it behind Saf, but that's not able to come up for him. Safix currently sitting on the backline defensive for the moment here. Lausanne have been pressured very early into this game. Slightly Salty, knowing that they can take a win pretty handily, so wouldn't surprise me if they're playing confident today.
And naturally, both these teams will know each other so well after playing against each other for seasons upon seasons now. When we look at it as well, Lausanne, Stocky and Safix, going by Saf today. Maybe a little bit of a mid-career crisis. Who knows, as he's in a scarab. Not normal, it's got to be said, Jay, but could just be the change-up that he needs. On the opposite end, Juju's been here since here off day 1. The same with Timo back in Season 1. Carbo, the newcomer this season, and quite frankly, he has fitted in so well for Slightly Salty.
Onto that backboard from that corner sent away. Safix. Trying to see if we can get Carbo set up. Stocky to the sideboard. Bounce setting up Arabella instead. And he's going to get bumped out of the way. Carbo's got a pretty decent chance to dribble this right to the net. A relatively open one at that. Timo looking for his redirect, but Arabella stops it at the corner. Now, team back up. 2 players getting involved in the counter-attack and the continuous attack here from Slightly Salty. That demo in. Carbo with that bump is a little bit too high. The shot for Juju. Timo blocked off by Saf, and Stocky will be able to find the clear back to his teammate. You mentioned these 2 linking up, and it could link up into a pretty decent goal, but no. Juju blocks it at the line and barely keeps it out.
A lot of strong solo plays coming on out today from the Lausanne squad. Could they just link up with a couple of passing plays? That's all that's really missing there. Otherwise, when you've got a squad like Slightly Salty, who are so damn fast, able to recover, those solo plays just are not going to be as effective. Saf wouldn't go for a second touch here, but that was an easy pickup to Carbo's, delivered straight to him.
Timo with that flick up, Iravella coming in, the sideboard, bounce back into the centre line. Stocky's trying to receive it, but the best he can do is take it into the corner. Nice big pass to his teammate. He will try and get one in for Saf. Set over to the box, bit of a slow ball, so Juju can come in to receive it. Iravella there with a redirection inside the box once again, but no second player to receive it as they're forced back on the rotations. Out of boost for the majority of players for Lausanne. Beaten to the punch by the Slightly Salty side as a result. Juju chasing this up the left-hand side. Carbo to follow him up, crosses to the box again. There's no one there to receive it. It's a Slightly Salty meeting similar issues and similar difficulties to the Lausanne side. And we go 0-0 as a result past the 2-minute marker.
Yeah, it's been a much better start from Lausanne. Definitely positionally doing so much better. And their rotations around in defense, a lot less questionable than in previous weeks, Jay. They have turned up today looking just a lot better in how they rotate on around. It's a massive, massive difference. Again, still not the squad looking for passing plays, but with how they stack that up, it could lead to a stronger defense. You know, if you're only sending 1 player onto the attack, it leaves 2 back into defense. So it could just work on out, especially when you've got a heavily attacking side and slightly salty.
Irevella here with the dribble play, taking this one up, setting up Stocky. That pinch away from the two defenders are slightly salty. Will keep it slightly out of contention, but still dangerous balls coming in from the Lausanne side. 60 seconds remaining for them. The sideboard bounces. Irevella tries to take it in against Timo, puts it back up and over into the box. Carbo there with a decent setup as well. They've got to come up and challenge that because Juju was there for the perfect dunk down. Sat there for the save. Stocky with a clear away. Demoed out by Timo. Still sending that ball pretty close to target. A dangerous one of that. Irevella is going to get beaten by Timo. If only I anticipated that angle, then that could have been a goal. In fact, he's going to try for a back pass. Again, the best they can do is go to the corner and not to the net. Been very shot light here from Lausanne. 30 seconds remaining in the clear aways. Again, going to have to convert. Sat there with a light touch. This is not good enough. Juju again with a pretty simple defensive. And a clear away, followed up by Timo, blocked off by Stocky. At least they're keeping this one away from the goals of the slightly salty side, but they have had the better attack so far. Saf challenged Timo into the box. Follow-up's not going to be there as they start bumping each other out of the way. That could clear out some of the back line. Juju's going to set up with the backboard. Someone's got to challenge this because Timo's right in, and Saf just takes it away from his angle, denies, and lets the ball touch the floor for overtime to start the day.
You could see Carbo waiting for another attempt as well in the mid, but where the bouncer came off from Safix, it was just a little bit too high for Carbo to get onto, and he's just got to concede that one. Go into this game one OT. Good read there from Stocky. Carbo is wanting to try and delay it as much as he could there.
Juju moving on. Irevella here with the dribble play, takes it underneath one, trying to go above the second. Carbo returns of his own solo play. Sad's got to block this, he barely does, and Irevella to get that clear in, following suit here with the dribble. Saf now got two defenders to beat, beats one, double commit on the second two. Stocky's chance to punish them both, dunks it down, but directly into the hands of Timo again. Denies this one at this stage, and Lausanne, I mean, they are putting up a pretty decent fight now. Yes, it was very shot light, but the defensive holding, and now that the offensive starting to go, it feels like slightly salty are the ones being pressured. I say that, and Juju gets into his own counter-attack. It's blocked by Stocky once again. Timo with the follow-up is unsuccessful as well.
Yeah, Stocky taking a lot more of a third-man role today. I don't know if that's just coming down to rotations, but what a setup! This wasn't Carbo goes and pins it! How? I mean, unlucky.
You're
You're
joking. Oh, thank God someone turned that into a goal, because that should have been it right there with the dunk. Timo with the recovery play, slightly salty. Do get past this game at 1 minute 16, but man, Lausanne put up a hell of a fight, especially when it came to their defense.
No hate on Carbo there. Sometimes they just happen because it's all down to reaction times, isn't it? He just couldn't get up and over it. It looks like an open net. You sort of expect the goal, but if it's coming in too hot, you can't get up high enough where you're going in too fast. Just sheer pain. Good that Timo is there, otherwise that could have really affected the team's morale. And of course, you know, turn into a counter-attack from Lausanne would have made it even worse. But whew, I'm just glad we've got a much closer game than we were expecting. Full credit to Lausanne, Jay. They have gone away and they have put in improvements. You can see it on the pitch. I'm a little bit nervous, I'm going to say, about Stocky at times. He's been double committing in defense, and that's been a little bit of an issue. But other than that, the team looks rejuvenated, don't they?
Game two here for the slightly salty advantage, and Lausanne, as you mentioned, do look very rejuvenated, but will it be enough to top one of the top three in the league? Well, that ball being sent over to their own half does look like it might have been able to contest. Now for Irevella's chance to strike, he leaves it for Sap instead, almost beat them all. That ball would have been a little bit further off to the right, and there had not been a defender there. That probably would have been a goal right there for Lausanne, but not going to happen. Pinch away, turned up by Irevella in the back third. 100 points boost can get recovered, and beating out another player on the attack. Slightly salty, trying to get spooled up here. Been a little bit more unsuccessful in this early game for game two. Irevella putting it back down into the box, continuing the offense as a result. Double demo will take the players out of the left-hand flank, so they've got to go back for boost.
Another big way that Lausanne are handling this game is that they play at near enough the exact same pace naturally as their opponents, is slightly salty, so this is just flowing very well for them. A lot of players and a lot of viewers at home don't realize that just you naturally move around the pitch at a different pace from other players, but here everyone seems very much in sync And so you're getting a lot of great back and forth, a lot of great interceptions as well, as you can just naturally flow and rotate to pick them up. Yeah, not enough power on that one. Easy save.
You did mention the issues of Stocky a moment ago, and that was a miss that possibly could have converted into a goal. Not to be, as you mentioned, fortunate enough for the slightly salty side. They have been very, very awkward on their angles and not powerful enough with their shots overall. Carbo's going to set up Juju for a light one anyway, and this time Stocky gets back to defend. Can't double up, unfortunately, as Timo comes in from the back line, strikes to score the opening goal.
Iravella with the flyby there. He was just a little bit panicked at it. The setup is good just to put on so much pressure. Stocky can only clutch at straws in that situation, and that is just so attacker friendly. They were always going to get a goal there, possibly one here, but Saf, that's well defended by Carbo. So far, both teams really giving that all, and it's all about just setting up into really favorable positions.
Ball taken away by Carbo. Timo taking this up on the sideboard, getting that 100 boost as well for the midfield, out faking it. Follow up by Juju. Third man got to come in for the strike back. He's there in the midfield somewhere. Carbo waiting for his chance to strike. Smelling blood in the water, but unable to get a grip. Timo, 100 points of boost. Carbo turns it over to the corner as Timo wraps back in. Gets that good challenge up. Carbo with a chance to dunk right down. Push it off the backboard. Nobody's there to follow it up. Again, Juju just waiting for an opportunity out of the midfield line, ready for a counter rotation, and it'll be right to do so at the very least, because now they're on the counter at the halfway marker. But they counteracted so well, and for Lausanne, the pressure's on them to make the goal happen. Instead, Timo with a dribble play beats one, almost beats two, but not quite.
Near enough point now. Great point there, Jay. That slightly salty could have more goals right now, but they're keeping a third man. Last time around it was Juju. Quite far back in a very defensive position, so not ready really to pick up on loose balls in the center like this one right here. Carbo finally jumping towards it, but Iravella really stops it well. Timo with an opportunity. He was thinking Stocky was going to punch it high, but no, Stocky will whiff, and so Timo's nowhere near it.
And now Timo's getting frustrated, just going for demo plays because he wants a goal. I'm a big fan of what Lausanne have posted up here on his defensive. I mean, they have been showing an absolute masterclass of defensive Rocket League overall. Is it going to convert into some sort of counter, though? Is there a way back into this game from the 1-0 down? They need to put a lot of effort back into the attack. Iravella and Saf both went up for that ball, so there was no follow-up to Iravella's dribble. Again, it's been very, very awkward. And it gets to that offensive line. Saf with control, Juju missing, and Iravella has to receive that ball, dribble it in. Saf's got to try and clear that defender out of the back line, and with Stocky demoed out in the midfield, that takes away all the attacking potential.
Well, again, you're seeing way too many solo attempts at net, not enough passing plays. Iravella's taking this out wide, and it's a good idea over towards Stocky, but Carbo picking it up so well. This is going to be a brilliant loose ball, but Saf has got a nuts touch there to put it away. And once again, just the movement around the pitch coming in so clutch for these players. Again, try and bring in a bit more of those passing plays, and then you'll really throw the defense for a loop. But way too often, we're just seeing them try and throw it at net with a solo attempt, and it's leading to quite a defensive game.
It really is, and right now I think the stronger team on that defense is Lausanne. I think their main issue has always been trying to counteract and turn it into a counter-attack. To continue the strikes coming in from Juju. 17 seconds, they've got to find a beat away. Saf over to his teammate, bumping Carbo to send that ball to the corner. Might set up for his teammates overall, but Carbo takes control before Iravella can get to the ball. He's beaten as a result. Stocky now, last man back in the goal. Does find a clear. Juju there to receive it. Saf also misses the touch. That ball centered up. Juju taking control away. They'll take it to the corner. Saf passing back to Stocky. Oh, bumped out of the way. Can still recover it. Iravella and Saf trying to get involved, but not to be in this one. And slightly salty will take game two. Really good effort, though. Like, truly a good effort from Lausanne. They are looking like a refreshed team. They are looking like a good team. They are looking like a team that could well do damage.
And I don't even want to go onto the fact that Lausanne haven't scored a goal so far, Jay, because Slightly Salty have only scored 2. They're 2 one-goal games. It is so rare. This is closer to real football, if anything, you know, if you were to look at the score lines. And Lausanne have been close on many a times. I'm going to keep banging on about those passing plays because, quite frankly, they haven't actually gone for one so far. It's been a lot of solo plays, and if you ever see a second player get up in the air, it's because they think it's a passing play, but it's not. You know, you're trying to go for an air dribble, which is very weird. Slightly salty on the opposite end. Have been halted on out by that good defense coming out from Lausanne. Stocky really packing on him with the double commits we saw in this second game. Still 1 or 2 in there, don't get me wrong, as that will just happen naturally as you're trying to cover as much of the net as possible. But Lausanne really get into grips with one another. They just got to transition it into the attack, and then Slightly Salty are going to be slightly scared.
Ball sent right into that net to start things off on the offensive line for game 3. Lausanne once again on that back foot. Saf here with Iravella trying to receive this pass up, but they've been beaten to the ball every time they've got to this white half. One of the key issues for Lausanne, how do you break down this defensive, is a question that they're going to ask themselves all day. And I've got some good time to ask you at this stage, Bacon, because it's that one thing that's probably denying them from getting a game. There's been single goal differentials every single time. They just need that one good attacking play. What do they have to do to get it?
Get closer with 1-2 punch passes. You'll notice in here, like just then in the back, right there, you just saw Saf throw it forward. He's not aiming for anyone. He's not actually going for a teammate here. He's going for net. He had Iravella and Stocky behind as options, but instead he's just taking it straight to the defender. This is frustrating. If I was a coach, I'd be giving him the hairdryer treatment, because the answer is right in front of you, or actually 2 meters behind him, directly behind and slightly at a diagonal, because he's got teammates right there and he's just not utilizing them. Rocket League is all about options, all about resources. The amount of passing plays that you can build on up increases those options. But when you're looking at just single-mindedly tunneling towards net, as a defender, that is a joy, because you can easily predict what your opponent's going to do there. And so the whole squad's sort of pulling that off. The reason why we're giving so much praise to Iravella is quite often he's the one looking for those passing plays, but where he's continuously looking for passing plays, he's easy to read in that sense as well. So it's just Lausanne being such a predictable side to read here. And Slightly Salty are not comfortably ahead. It's just they're able to get those interceptions, get those blocks when they really matter.
Saf into the center, Iravella up, Saf trying to receive it or fake it out, but Carbo there for his block out. Stocky back in, denied by Carbo again. Iravella trying to generate this attack. He's got no options, unfortunately, for him this time. Saf's back in the defensive. Stocky was going back. The boost Saf's going to try to set up a counter-attack play. Receives, fakes, but it goes way too far wide. Carbo up, Iravella puts it in off the backboard, and Juju turns it in over to the side. Response back down into Iravella's receiver. He's unable to get the touch in and unable to maintain control of that ball. He's got 100 points of boost that Timo can contest. Carbo up, good demo. That ball still set for Iravella though, and still Juju beats into the ball. Stocky can't recover, he's way too low of it, and Lausanne just can't catch a break. They're back in the defense. The bump is not enough still as the ball goes close, but it's way too wide.
Great hit there by Timo as well. And Carbo's trying to chase up onto it so fast. Slightly Salty are ramping up. The problem for them right now is if they run out of boost, they've got to make sure that doesn't happen. Otherwise, they're going to be left lingering in the mid. And that's when Lausanne could come together with a great counter attack. It's just a building up of pressure right now from both sides, Jay. And who is going to burst first?
Set to the backboard, Iravella teeing it up, trying to get off the backboard of his own right. Stocky there to the sideboard, bounce up at the ceiling. Turned away by Juju and Saf and Iravella. Big miss on one. Iravella still maintains that control. And Stocky centers it up. Juju there with the demo into the back line, so Carbo can return on the counter. A couple of returns coming in from the Lausanne side, but they're missing a couple of key touches that could have thrown this away from the Slightly Salty offensive line. Stocky puts it into the midfield. Juju there with control, sends it all the way out to no man's position, and now Slightly Salty are making their own mistakes. You mentioned that team play and passing into their options, and their options being available to them, they're not utilizing them this time.
No, they're not. Saf going straight down towards net, putting pressure onto Carbo there is a great idea. Sometimes, like just throwing it at net can be a bad thing, but there when you're trying to maneuver...
There it is!
Woo! What a maneuver!
Indeed it was. Juju just controlling that ball, and finally some team play semblance came out, but Slightly Salty. Not quite a pass, but a demo that works out for them. 47 seconds left for Lausanne now to try and equalize. And are they going to lose by another single goal margin? Stocky receiving that ball. Carbo set up, sending it to the box, challenging again. Turned away from his Juju, and Timo tried to get back here. They'll boom it downfield, and Carbo tries to receive it. Turned away by Aravella instead. Juju with a follow-up, puts it back down on the backboard. Aravella there with a contention, holding the 100 points of boost from that corner. Carbo sends it up. Receiver with the second man, keeps the pressure going, and so long as they keep pressure, that's all Slightly Salty need to do. Lausanne need to find a counter, and they need to find it confidently. It needs to be better than any other counter so far. And with Carbo with his ball control set up, may have already secured that second goal. Saf in, turns it directly to Juju, bouncing, rebounding the post, cleared back directly to the blue net. It is going to go wide, but it resets the counter attack right back to square one. And now to none, as Slightly Salty take the series 3-0. And I don't think 3-0 really tells the full story, Baker. I think a lot of people will look at the Liquipedia pages and think, yeah, this is a pretty simple series, but no, not to be. Lausanne, man, they deserve it. Well played.
Yeah, Lausanne played so well, and you can see that straight up in-game chat coming out from everyone, where this was a hard-fought win. Only 3 goals in an entire series. That I mean, that is the lowest you can possibly get. You can't get lower than that. That record cannot be broken. You just add on to that list. And that's incredible right here. Just Slightly Salty only being able to etch out. And you notice all their goals were incredibly hard worked. That last one in that game sort of came out of nowhere because no one expects that commit to a demo play just in the spur of the moment like that. Quite often with demo plays, you see it when a player's cheating on up, grab the 100 from the corner and is swiping across net. To actually dribble the ball through the air and then go for the demo after you've laid it off to your teammate is insane. And by far my goal of the week already. It's not as flashy, in the mechanical sense, but to actually go for that is just nuts to have the courage in a situation where you're 0-0 and if that doesn't hit off, you don't get the demo, your opponent gets the save, that can turn into a very quick counter. So this was an incredibly risky maneuver from Slightly Salty, but it got them win in the end. And Lausanne have picked up massively. They look like a team now that can go on and challenge the other top contenders the next 2 weeks, which, quite frankly, before today, I was counting as write-offs. And I'm going to be, throwing my hands up in the air and thinking, Lausanne are going to be in that bottom 4 because their chances were so low. But now, there's the possibility. It's slim, but it is now a good possibility. If they can keep up this rate of an improvement, they've just got to work on that attack, and they'll be super solid. Back within contention, heck, to maybe even make it to top 4 and to land. But today hasn't done them favors with a 3-0 loss. But silver linings, Jay.
Indeed, silver linings all around for the Lausanne side, and going into the next couple of weeks, they could still put some distance between them and Sparks, but we'll find out how much that confidence boost has been found by them as we head towards a short break, and we'll get to hear from Juju after that break, so do not go anywhere. We'll come back with the TCS Esports League after this.
Wenn ich das Gefühl habe, dass mir alles entgleitet und alles um mich herum zusammenbricht, weiss ich, dass ich mich auf ihn verlassen kann. Immer. Seit 125 Jahren an meiner Seite.
Welcome back to the TCSEL Sports League. We're joined by Jujuju as his team, Slightly Salty, has just managed to beat out Lausanne. Almost got that the wrong way around. But welcome, my friend. Congratulations for the win. Do you feel a little bit of pressure from you guys and not necessarily the most comfortable 3-0 in the world there? Tell me why that match was so close from your perspective.
I think we struggled to play our game. We tried to chill a bit more, to wait for them to come. And so we changed our play style from aggressive to a bit passive, I would say. And we that's why we didn't find the aggressivity we had, and we didn't have as much possession as usual. But in general, we were confident and we had what we wanted. We didn't need boost or stuff like this. So we managed to be okay all along of the games, I'd say.
So, Gigi, most people don't consider, one goal leads, if even one goal games, to be safe. So you're saying you're confident there. How do comms go about? How does the team stick together to stay so calm in those 1-0 scenarios? Because there should surely be a little bit of worry that, say, Lausanne could come back and tie it on up.
Yeah, we are never sure about it, especially after the overtime on game one. It could have went on the other side as well. I would say we tried to talk a lot to not lose ourselves, to stay organized together, and that's why I would say we were organized, so we weren't pressured.
Well, speaking of pressure, it felt like you guys had the majority of the attacking pressure in that game. And a lot of the time I felt like that there was an element of Lausanne's defensive looking really solid. But I don't want to know if that's shared by you guys. Do you think it was them being on a solid defensive side, or was there some more issues on your end?
I don't really know, to be honest. I would say we didn't really know how Lausanne would play first, so we tried to see first how they wanted to play, and then we saw that we didn't have to play too aggressively, but still focus on our defense, because they are really all really good in attack. And yeah, we struggled a bit to find the holes in their defense, but yeah, they have a pretty solid defense, and that's why we didn't want to risk to be too aggressive and overcome it and then have a dangerous counter attack. So yeah, that's it.
And I've got to ask as well, because for me anyway, it's the looming question of the next week matchup. You're going up against LTX, two of your old Lausanne teammates in Arco and Mino. How are you feeling about this upcoming game? Is it just you can't wait to play up against your old teammates in like a rivalry stake? Are you guys confident that you're going to be able to take that? What's going through your heads right now?
I can't wait to play against them. It's a derby. It's the match of the season. So yeah, I would say we are not scared about it. We have to prepare. Of course, they showed on last match they are dangerous. They're a great team. And we will have to play really well against them to get the victory. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to playing against them.
Awesome. Well, we're looking forward to see how well that match will go for you guys, as will be the last one of next week. For this week, though, you've kicked off the show and you guys have been looking real solid as well, continuing to maintain your spot at the top end of the table. Juju, congrats on the win, and of course, good luck going into next week. We hope to speak to you very, very soon. For now, though, we head towards a break, and we talked about that Sparks versus Lausanne rivalry, Bacon. It's up next on stream as Sparks take on that LTX side from next week's actions. So do not go anywhere. The TCSEL Sports League continues after the break. And welcome back to the TCSE Sports League. Getting into our second game of the day. I mentioned it before we went live, and of course Sparks taking on the Letty X side with a very important match again for the likes of Sparks, again trying to reclaim their position in the top 6. They've got a loss against Lausanne's favour from that previous series now that could aid them into usurping them. The problem is that their team are even higher than Lausanne are. Letty X currently in 4th place position on the table, Bacon, and that's going to be a very difficult prospect for this team.
That is indeed. Letty X have had an incredible season. Arku again teaming up with his old teammate in Mino, bringing in Aqua, the Frenchman, and this has been looking like a super strong roster. Sparks, on the other hand, we've seen Squixel this season pair up with Banana Man and Martin, and whilst this is a great team and you're seeing them play really well, I think it was picked up last week that it feels like everyone's not on the same page with how to play. They're 3 fantastic players, but the team plan isn't really in sync with one another, and that's probably why they're down here in 7th, because, I mean, other than there being so many stacked teams, of course, we're in TCS, but by all accounts, with their pedigree as players, they were probably expecting to make top 6, somewhere within that 4 to 6 region quite safely, and fight for land. That was always their game plan. They were very confident about it at the start of the season. And I mean, heck, we saw their first 2 weeks absolutely storming ahead. But since then, don't get me wrong, they've had some difficult opponents. Like when you look at Aidwise, you're looking at slightly Salty after that. And then last week they had Coconutters. It's sort of slowed on down. But again, that's because they've had the top 3 dogs. Now they're coming into those mid-table teams, and this should be where they have that chance to shine. But hopefully they haven't been knocked down a little bit too much by having a 3-week run against the hardest teams, you know?
Well, that definitely has been the main hindrance for this squad. I want to say, like, you know, I always rate this team, this Spark squad, as having a lot of potential. I think a lot of people know that I'm biased to this team anyway, in the same way that you were biased to the Monks. So I'm definitely on the hype train of Sparks being able to do some damage, and I think that Letty X might be the start of the turnaround of the last few weeks. Like you mentioned, facing them against those tough squads, those big names in the league, is always going to be a difficult affair for them. So this is their chance to start to get things going here. For me, I still think it's going to be a difficult affair. I think it might go to 5 games to the Sparks camp, but if it's any less than 5 games, it'll be Letty X.
I think Letty X should be the favours in this though, Jay. I think Letty X are just such a fast-paced squad, so mechanically skilled. So where you get those differences, those game plan differences coming out from Sparks, they're going to really show themselves. Today, the team has got to play defensively to be able to soak up so much pressure and then go for big counterattacks, because Letty X do overextend themselves every now and then, and that is going to be where Sparks, for me anyway, are going to show themselves to really shine.
Well, Sparks out in the black half, Letty X in white, and we're getting things kicked off straight into the corner. What was that? That's a defensive.
He's got ice in his veins to be able to go for that.
Out. Yeah, I honestly thought that was an own goal, but just by the skin of their teeth, they defend using the post as a rebound. That was a hell of a way to start things off, and we are going like the clappers already. Sparks are back in their defensive like they have been in the early part of the game, and a big miss from Banana Man allows the opening goal to get scored by Aqua.
It is Arku with a great little pass around using the wall there, but the read from Aqua on that post is crazy good. We know this is going to be an explosive game, Jay. We know the caliber of these 2 teams. Perfect highlight, of course, for the TCSE Sports League. And I can't wait to see even more, especially with Squixel readying up plays like that. Martin's going to be kicking himself because that was a prime opportunity. Good defense coming on out from the side of Letty X.
Response back from them. We'll get into the attacking half. The ball sent back over to their own net, and Mino got to get back into the defensive as a very awkward second touch comes in from his teammates. All 3 players trying to break left here for Sparks, and they're unable to find the attacking onus they want. Back in the defense instead, and a demo in against Martin clears out the entire backline. Well coordinated there from Letty X. It allows a second goal.
Almost worked like a shadow play, especially coming in off of that corner. That was a good readjustment on the player to get that demo. And an explosive start like this, Sparks are going to be looking to try and recover ground. I'm wondering if they're going to get a little bit too desperate for a goal here, Jay, just so that you don't get like a landslide going in favor towards LetiX.
Ball up for Aqua and Mina to the backboard, looking for his dunk down chance. Aku's got a nice open net, and they need to work on this defense here, Sparks. It's okay to have demos in, but Banana Man being the only player on that backboard to get a defense, he needed backup, because if that challenge went awry, which it did, it would have been a goal, and that's what it was.
And Banana Man has to go up to challenge that. I don't care what anyone at home says. He's got to go up to try and make life difficult for the pass. So he needs a teammate around back on goal. I know it's fairly quick off the kickoff and all of that, but should be a chance for someone to come back and help him on out. He's bought a bit of time there, and he's just been left high and dry back in net. 3 goals already towards LetiX, and Sparks got to look towards each other and come up with some team plans.
These demos will continue coming in. Finally, Banana Man's going to get a response in with the Sparks side. Trying to maintain this lead here for the likes of LetiX. The Sparks camp, nice pinch away. Is that going to target? Oh, it's just wide, but that looked like it was so... Like there was no one else back in the back lines. If that had gone on target right there, then that would have been a goal for the Sparks camp to finally get themselves back in this game. But as we approach halftime, we're still 3-0 up for LetiX's part. And speaking of halftime, the raffle for the halftime show has already opened up. So if you want to get involved and win yourself some Rocket League credits, and type hashtag halftime if you want more details, exclamation mark halftime in the Twitch chat right now to enter and find out what's going on in that respect. I don't know what the map we have today is, Bacon, but always a fun time for those of you who want to get a little bit more deeply involved in the TCSE Sports League.
Of course, try your hand at winning part of 6,500 credits. Just getting into the halftime show guarantees you it. So nothing lost or signed on up, Jay. That's what I'd say. So get involved, and you can pretty much buy up the whole of the item shop with 4,000 credits. That's just absolutely nuts.
Oh, the nutsness still does not apply to Sparks' offensive half. Still yet to find a goal from them. Squixel's going to try something up here with the backboard into his teammate of Martin, blocked off by Aqua, who sees that one coming from a mile away. Banana Man coming in as Aku sends it back, squared up for Squixel, but Mino beats him, and they're so far forward. This is going to be another easy goal for LetiX. Massive commitments, lacking in defense. It's all coming down here for Sparks, and they are struggling in this game.
The play, the idea coming out with the pass from Banana Man looking towards center isn't bad. It is just the pace of Sparks. They're being hindered by all these demos. They're sort of caught in two mindsets where they're wanting to get aggressive, but at the same time, they're being cautious of their opponents here because, heck, LetiX are a very fast, very powerful side. So where they're caught between two different mindsets, it's hurting them. And yeah, that's painful right there.
Mino
That's
taking this one directly in to his opposition. There's nothing, there is absolutely nothing Banana Man could have done with that one, given his position. A minute to the clock, and it's looking like game one's going the way of LetiX. It's not the start the Sparks would have wanted here, not looking warmed up. Their positioning has been all over the place. Got to find some sort of way back into this one. Squixel comes forward, grabs the 100 points of boost. Banana Man and Squixel will be able to feed this one up, try to find some sort of offensive play. Banana Man does come through off the backboard, turned away by one. Martin's way too far forward, and Mino to get shoved out of position if he wants to try and defend against this angle. I mean, the ball's being centered right up here for the LetiX goal. Sparks back up. Banana Man only to control into the white half, but with 30 seconds left, even if this turns into a counter-attack for a goal, you imagine that there's probably nothing left in game one. Take this one on the chin, look to game 2 and 3 for more success for Sparks, because this has been a bit of an unmitigated disaster for me, Bacon. There has been signs of life, but none of it has come true so far. None of it has really come up. They've got to work on that defensive first and foremost, so I think that's what's hindered them the most. As it stands, the official scoreline will be 5 over game 1 to the ball.
Ball just going to touch the floor. Yeah, Banana Man's good to leave that, and a painful one there for Sparks, because you got to think this looking at these two squads, Sparks want to be of the level of LetiX. So coming into game one and getting beat down that hard, because it did feel like a beating, again, painful, is going to be a moment of fortitude for this Sparks side where they have got to look at themselves deeply, and you can see with Squixel being the only one still to ready up, they're doing that. They're looking at themselves, where do we go from here? And that is going to be the sign of a good team. We've always seen that they've had the potential, but the big thing to look at here is they're not putting themselves in the right positions. They need to slow this game down to a snail's pace, Jay, and just make it super awkward for LetiX, because in this game so far, LetiX didn't have anything to worry about. You slow it on down, LetiX will try and build up that pace. That's fine. You allow them to build up the pace when they're on the ball. Sure, you take the boost away from them. You try and just make it as awkward as possible, because then when LetiX have less freedom, they'll probably be forced more into solo plays. I mean, they're already good on solo plays, but that second man who comes through to finish it off is probably off looking for boost, you know, trying to keep that perseverance, trying to set up a lot of that midfield pressure. And that will just hold a lot of this force that's being applied to the defense of Sparks.
Oh, plenty to work on coming into this game two. Going live here for Sparks. Definitely need to pick up the need to pick up the game here from this starting point. They kicked off with Mino taking ball control for the most part. Has Aqua to fine. In the end, gets shoved out of the way by Manus. Neither player able to connect it. Good challenge for Martin. This already looks a little bit better, but they haven't been able to find a finishing blow. The other side corner is a pinch away off a challenge. Banana Man challenging onto Arcus. Quixel tries to come forwards here. Would love to have seen a player at the front field marker. There is no offside rule here in this game, but a lot of players still end up waiting back behind each other. And the end result is turning into a bit of a scrappy game again, and a lot of opportunities for Sparks being wasted on their attacking side. Martin with a breakaway chance, dribbles it past Aqua, and it gets finished by Squixel. And there you go, that's more like it.
Clean from Martin here. Again, Aqua expecting that ball to be launched down to the corner. Mine catches it so damn well to be able to dribble around, going for net. Of course, Squixel going to be the one to finish it off, but it does not matter. Great little play coming on out from Sparks. And this is the great thing about Sparks, is that they have so much maturity on this squad. What with both Banana Man and Martin, throwing Squixel, who is just so underappreciated within the Swiss scene. He is an old head on young shoulders with so much potential, and they will make the adjustments they need to.
The ball centered up, Aqua unable to make a chance happen here. LetiX trying to get their attacking onus, but Sparks are generating chance after chance and keeping the LetiX defense on their toes. Pass up to Mino, still received. Aqua also gets involved, feeds it past Banana Man, but Squixel's got all the breathing room. Players trying to come in and take it away because he's got no boost up. Feed back, Martin returns, starting to become the major MVP of these setups, it seems. Squixel down with a dunk play right into the hands of Arku, who gets the save. Banana Man waits back into the midfield, forced on a rotation as Mino's on a counter-attack. Flip reset, too far wide. Two players on defense, Quixel will take control. Got Martin to receive it, Aqua attempting to block it off, he is successful. Players missing out, Martin still goes for the strike, and it's just pushed away once again.
Look at the number of dribbles that are coming out from Sparks here, James. They're just launching the ball. Every now and then they will launch, but it's always towards that backboard, more in the idea of a set-up play. Going for the 50-50! Squixel! That is insane!
What a goal! I haven't seen one like that in a very long time. You said he was an old head in a young man's body, and that proves it right there. What a lead for Sparks. That was ridiculous.
That is truly a let's go moment, Jay. After being just beat down in game one, now at half time in game two, 2-0 up, Sparks have made the adjustments, they've made the improvements, and they are looking so clean.
Unbelievable, Squixel, what a goal. He's going to set up Martin to try go a little bit further. Banana Man 10 points a boost, can't go any further than that. Aqua involved with Squixel's part. Trying to chase that ball around, set it up. Turn away by Banana Man over into the corner play. Arku, 100 boost picked up, but Mino's got to be the man to get it out of position. Squixel moving in as Arku sends it back. Aqua with a receival, missed touch actually, got to carry even closer into the corner. Arku with a dunk down way too high. Martin blocks off Mino's shot, directly sent it up, and Squixel gets a clear back to return. Arku continuing the attacking pressure alongside Mino, and Banana Man and Martin can't clear. Squixel can't make his way out to go for another goal. He might still try it anyway. Back off the backboard, Mino gets the block.
And it's so funny now when you look, it's LetiX on the back foot. They are scrambling to just try and throw this ball downfield. But the problem with that is they have no control over it. They're just hitting it down, and it's almost hoping that something will build up. Naturally, off of their pace, they're trying to force a dodgy save to come on out. They want to throw it down the corners, pick up that mid boost, and then put some pressure on. But the way that Sparks are now handling this game, let's just see what Banana Man can do. Slows it down, brings it to himself, goes for a pass. Beautiful stuff now being changed on up. And it is really throwing LetiX into a loop because they can't really come up with an answer. They have no clue how to handle this newfound pressure and control that Sparks have.
And taking a 60-second pause on Squixel's part was definitely a good call. 30 seconds on the clock left for this game. Squixel bumping Mino out, who back passes Arku, shoving him away. The whole line, the whole confidence level for LetiX has just capitulated, crumbled into dust, but they still find a goal in the midst of the confusion. So that's one back for LetiX. Can they make it two?
And LetiX's game plan is not the problem as such, because as you keep aggressing, keep on building up pressure and just putting shots on, eventually you're going to put one or two through to connection. The difference is Sparks is just making that a much more difficult plan, and then of course on top of it, where they've got more control, Sparks are more likely to go and get a goal themselves. They're just, you know, stacking the deck in their favor, Sparks. LetiX, if they want to keep up with this playstyle, that's fine, but they're going to have to be so precise with their passes, with their clearances, where they've got to look for space where Sparks are not, because Sparks are playing such a controlling game that you've basically just got to take time on the ball away from Sparks if you're LetiX.
Well, once again, Sparks taking their sweet time in this pause to discuss things. So are LetiX and Aqua's part, but it looks like their team talk is done. So our talk, to remind you that the halftime show is still available to enter, #halftime, if you want to enter into the halftime show, which takes place after our third game of the day. Yeah, I know.
The guys at home can't see it because the TCS logo's in the way, but Aqua's asking for Sparks to ready up, and Banana Man's going, no, we're gonna wait this one out. I'm wondering, you've got mind games now going on, because you sort of like sit and stew, don't you? If you're off the back of a loss like this for LetiX.
Halftime break, if you will. Again, the halftime show is still able to open up. If you want more details, !halftime. Remember to enter, it's #halftime. I keep making that mistake, so I've told a lot of people it's !halftime. No, #halftime to enter. So, 1-1 in the series. This next one will be for match point between these two squads, and Sparks have put in the hard yards to get back into confidence, back under control. Let's see whether they can make it happen. Let's see whether they can make it turn into a series itself. LetiX with their own adjustments to make here as we get into game 3. The kickoff of Aqua and Squixel. Martin up, turning it over to Banana Man, who just receives that ball, sets it up, tries to follow it out. Squixel there with a demo in, that might open up the line. Shot close. Mino just about gets involved in the defensive, but Squixel still at point blank, goes for a zero angle scorer, unable to make it work. And now Aqua and Arku returning here. No boost left. Good flip attempt, but Martin just clears it right downfield. Banana Man's in midfield to receive and try and challenge onto this, but a quick counter is coming through from LetiX, and they're quite frequent with these counters as well. Off into the black half, but unable to get the actual goals in. The defensive still holds strong for Sparks.
LetiX's reads are now starting to get so much better. They're seeing the lines that Sparks want to take with these clearances, with these slow down defensive plays, and they're giving them massive issues. Not only keeping up high with these interceptions and basically going for these block plays, throwing demos as well, making it even more dangerous. But essentially, they're just getting right up into grill. Like I said earlier, reducing the amount of time that Sparks have on the ball, and it is strengthening them. You can see that this game has suddenly gone from Sparks feeling a little bit more favorable to a real 50-50 grind out.
What a defense held there by Martin. You saw the pinch play and you thought that with Squixel coming out of field, that would have been enough for him to score a pretty easy goal, but no. Barely held together again by the Sparks side, and even despite the confident nature of Letty X, they find the goal anyway. Banana Man shoots one in the other side from the left to the right, and a goal scored by Sparks again.
Yeah, Aqua and Mino there, tripping over each other's shoelaces, not a good sign. But it's only 1 minute 30 into this one chase, still so much time. And Letty X are always a team with just boundless, endless energy. They will keep on hammering. Sparks cannot rest at any moment. Martin's going to be the first one onto this now. But again, that slowdown. He knows he needs to wait for his teammates to get upfield to try and claim that mid-line. And Letty X rush into the ball as they, again, are just not ready for those slowdowns. Not many teams play like this, so full credit to Sparks.
Trying to clear them out of the back line. Desperate, getting all these demos in for Letty X, but still nothing comes through for them. Pass back to Aqua here for control. Banana Man gets involved. RQ can take it over to the corner, and Squixel challenging onto another here. Aqua, oh, a great challenge, but Banana Man holds that defense. The ball falls right into his path. Squixel turned away from Mino, following it out, dribbles it past Banana Man. Martin again gets back, and they are so quick to these rotations here. Sparks are playing a ridiculously fast game, and is able to counteract whatever the Sparks or Letty X side are able to throw at them. Try and throw the ball back downfield of their own right, get a second goal, get that cushion in, because we did see Letty X take one goal back in that previous game, so a one-goal deficit might not be enough, and that's case in point with Aqua taking us to evens.
Yeah, Mino, good read on that play. Great pass on over to Aqua, and again, Sparks double committing to that ball a little bit, just not able to really get anything onto it, and the defensive line, nothing found by Sparks. So just a good read of the situation, keeping this pressure on high. That touch from Aqua, so vital to slow things down and let Mino and Arku get into position to go for that second save. These two teams, this is a joy to watch.
We've had some really good Rocket League today. Like, I thought the Lausanne series was particularly good. This one, however, is looking competitive, as Letty X take the lead again. A bit flustered there in the back lines as Aqua and Squixel can't quite find the defensive angles. Squixel had no choice but to go for that play. And in the end, it pinches right into the back of the net for 2-1 up now for the Letty X side. Arku here with the dribble up. Oh, that's a very weird setup as well. Oh, he follows it in. 3-1 for Letty X, and they're back in control.
And now we've got to see how Sparks respond, because 2 goals, a little bit of a safety net there for Letty X. Of course, a 3-goal lead would be fantastic and pretty much clear this game. But Sparks, again, playing from behind, it changes up the confidence you have on the ball. And you can see Martin there with a little whiff, not getting the pop they wanted. What is going through the heads of these lads if they have got such a tough opponent in front of them, a real beast to deal with?
Cross back, intercepted by Arku. Martin challenged by Mino, and now Letty X are starting to play even faster than Sparks were. Ball set, Aqua to the chance to double tap it. Martin got to get it to that corner. Arku with a miss, and Martin can continue to take control. I don't think he's got much boost. We'll try pass to his teammates who are caught in rotation, especially Banana Man. Hasn't got a lot of boost to work with his own right. Squixel's the man that's got to take control. Shoots high. Arku gets to the ball, sends it off to the corner. Aqua is there to receive it. Dribble in. Take that ball off. Pinch away is not going to be all that fantastic. Martin coming in with his own challenge. All right. Squixel off to the side. Mino, good challenge. It's just pinched away, though. That's all they need to do here. Just keep the defensive from getting into a counter. If they can do that, then they win this game and take the match point, excuse me, this isn't Counter-Strike, the match point in this series here. Martin still sets to the backboard though, so they are generating some opportunities here for Sparks. Mina the sideboard, bounce out of the corner, Demo in, Squixel just controlling, just contesting, but I think that they've kind of lost their last opportunity here, Bacon.
Yeah, they have indeed, and for LetiX, it's fine. You know, you just keep this pressure up, keep the ball away from your net, you're safe. And into game number 4, looking pretty. Maybe another goal opportunity. No, good clearance comes on through, and LetiX 2-1 up in the series.
Indeed. Sparks still generating a great opportunity to open this whole game up though. Like, they look so good from the early start. They've still got potential to win this whole thing out. So I'm still looking at this thinking that there's going to be potential and still going to be an opportunity for them to steal it back away and go to the to the finish line with a victory. Sparks have been looking better and better as the series has moved on. LetiX just that one step ahead in this case. It is going to be game 4 with LetiX a chance to win the whole series and stop Sparks from moving into the top 6. And that's what this is all about for this team. LetiX. A victory to put them back within top running contention. Banana Man off to the corner to kick things off for the kickoff itself. Arku, Demo, Squixel, chance available. Double tap, sets it up for Banana Man. Martin coming in with a secondary response, but neither player could get there in time. Could not beat out the defensive element of LetiX. And so they return to the counter attack, but it's a very back and forth start to this game because it looks like Sparks might get right back into the right half.
And again, that comes down to what I opened up with today, Jay. Just players not on the same page. Squixel with such an insane setup, but neither Banana Man or Martin there to receive it. I don't know if they didn't get the call or, you know, what was really going on in team play, but that should have been sunk. That should be Sparks up 1-0, but here we are still contending, still looking, still hunting for that first goal. And we should be Sparks again ahead. It's so nuts to me that opportunities like that, golden opportunities, are getting set up but not put away.
Defensive forced to back off here for the Sparks side. LetiX trying to get involved in the attack. Squixel sends it back downfield, looking for his second touch, beaten to the ball by Mino. Banana Man leaving this for Martin. He can grab that 100 boost and try and carry forward his dribble plays. His dribble up and setups here towards the white half have been fantastic. So seeing that coming in now with Demos, chance available, shoots the target. No one can get there. Banana Man doesn't even need to finish it off. Martin's found the opener for Sparks.
And Martin got that demo onto Arku. That's just nuts. You see that back in the midfield? He probably didn't realize how vital that demo was until he turned around, saw the net open in front of him, and just absolutely sent it. Sparks now 1-0 up ahead, but they cannot rest there. They saw last time. Oh, Squixel's not in the wrong to stay back there. You can see how quick these counters come out, and Sparks want a far back third.
They've been on the back foot when it comes to pressure. Arku in particular almost getting a goal back there and returning just to evens to prove my point. Martin, however, finds his dribble and Banana Man goes on the backboard looking for a solo play. Oh, he's put it home! And Sparks might not be finding all the goals, they might not be finding all the leads, but they're finding the stylistic ones. 2-0 now for this team.
Absolutely nuts. No one from LetiX was expecting Banana Man still to have boost in the tank to go for a play like that, to keep so fast and pressured on that ball. They were certain that was going to be a pass on over someone in the center, and naturally with how the guys from Sparks have been playing, that second man's going to be a little bit slow to come into the mix on it. So just changing up the game plan, throwing in a couple of these solo attempts has really worked for Sparks.
Now LetiX are 2 goals down, just like they were in game 2. They're picking up the pace to supersonic speeds. Denial on the defensive, just barely for kick players like Squixel, who despite having no boost, still saved those 2 shots Somehow, some way, I thought Martin put that into his own net, but no. Turned it wide instead, kept it as far away from them as possible. Now Squixel on the counter-attack has this ball. It's blocked off by one, taking all momentum away from Sparks' attack. Martin shot to target, a little bit wider target, but Aku defends it anyway. Goes back downfield, grabbing as much boost as he can, clearing it directly in front of the box to allow Mino to take the shot and take the goal.
Classic case of overthinking here for Squixel. Moving on into that. Didn't want to punch it into the corner because then Aku will probably jump out and get the pass on over. Instead, awkwardly leaves it and just cannot get the save. Just, again, overthinking the scenario and paying the price on it. So much pressure being applied to him. You can't blame him there. You've got to have nerves of steel to play Rocket League at this level.
Blocked by Martin. Good challenge from Aku. Sends this one to Aqua. Banana Man comes in clutch with the save. No boost left for him, though. It's still going to be a challenge to get it out of their half of the field. A minute and 30. Ball sent up for Aqua, shooting it very, very wide. Had two players in defense, so it's going to be very difficult to make it happen regardless. Oh, the cross-back Aqua's goal does not count this time. It's sent too far wide. Martin trying to get involved in the attack. Banana Man's also going to try to see if he can push forward, but none of that is coming through here for Sparks. Again, they have been on the defensive back foot. They have been so far behind when it comes to gaining pressure and gaining ball control. They have got a couple of good attacking forces, which has allowed this whole thing to come together for their lead, but 60 seconds to defend it now. One slip up could be enough.
You can see Sparks just wanting to keep one player at a time on attack. Leave two. Back towards that midfield line. Squixel going up for that one. The only one willing. Martin seeing the option to fly on in, but not able to get it on target. Again, that one up into attack. Squixel's going for bumps, going for demos, but no one's home. It's super peculiar right now as everyone wants to get into attack suddenly, but no one's home in defense. And again, overthinking the scenario because you're keeping your eye on the ball. When you're dying for those demos, you're just sort of going for those standard lines across the net and not actually looking if anyone's there.
The pressure might be enough for Sparks here. 10 seconds. Aku has a dribble up. That ball in the corner needs to be recovered here by LetiX. And Martin has a dribble again. Mino blocks it. Aqua going to come in, beat Banana Man to the punch. He plays that ball directly into the box. Squixel leaves it, and that ball can just get sent to the floor. There will be no clearaways, no further counter attacks. As we go to Game 5, Baker. What a series this has been, by the way. What an effort from both sides, showing the best that they've got. Seriously quick and entertaining Rocket League. We have been gifted with a hell of a day today.
We have indeed. You got to think, this is 4th v 7th. LetiX 5 wins to 1 loss. Sparks currently 2 wins to 4 losses, but going all the way to Game 5. This season of the TCS Esports League, Season 6, has just been stacked with so many good teams. And right now, this is a decider. Do Sparks get back into contention for a top 6 finish, that fight for 5th and 6th? Or do LetiX keep their hopes of being a top 3 finishing team, Jay? Because they are so close. You know, they're joint with 2 other teams on 5-1. It's just that game differential hurting them. But LetiX could really keep a stellar LAN qualification spot alive.
Well, Sparks, they say that where there's smoke, there's fire, but fire only begins with Sparks. Is there fire in Game 5? Is there some heat against LetiX? Is there going to be a victory at long last for this team? They fought through the hardest squads in the mid-season, and now coming into the last few weeks, they've got chances to take wins. It starts right here. This could be it for them. 5 minutes to the clock. And the ball out to the sideboard to kick things off. Banana Man goes straight to target. It goes right into the path of Aqua. There's a response back, but Aku is there to clear it away. Backed up and challenging for contention. Into the corner. Mino and Squixel demoed out. Ball rolls right into the net, and Banana Man is there to hold it.
Banana Man going for the wall pinch to pass it on. Mino with the solo play. Squixel does get the save, but Martin, he needs to get that one out, and seeing the player dive in front, wasn't confident to go for the ball. It's now picked up once again with LTX putting a bit of pressure on, finally having to step back, try and get some boost, and Banana Man scraping something together as a passing play. Martin's got the bump as he flew past the ball, but nothing to be found. This could truly turn into a scrappy game 5, as it is just panic and trying to gather everything you can.
Turn into a scrappy game 5. This whole series hasn't been scrappy from the word, like, what, game 2 or so? Mino set up by Aku, and that is the more beautiful and coordinated play for LTX. Nothing scrappy about that. Clean and clinical to open the game.
I was going to say, if that is from spare parts, from scrap, they're better up. They just better open a workshop or something, because they're creating art. You ever seen those like sculptures made out of reused metal? That's what that was.
Good analogy, actually. I can sympathize with that one. Squixel to Banana Man to target. It's way too slow. If that was faster, then maybe that would have gone in, but Martin's going to try find Banana Man again in the center line. Teed up by Aqua to Arku, controlling it. Squixel just gets involved to send it away off that ceiling. Back up, good contention. Arku comes up off the sideboard as well. Banana Man here with Squixel. Both players getting involved. Aqua can only tee that one up and take it back to the midfield line. Martin sends it over to the other side corner, and Mino lacking in boost, finds Banana Man at least. 100 points of boost can get picked up as Arku goes straight up to the backboard. Squixel will have to pinch it away. But again, with this scoreline deficit, they're working off that back foot here. Sparks need to find a breakaway counterattack, and Squixel's finding a lot of scrappy control of the ball. Does find it up in the white half, but he's unable to convert it into an attack.
Yeah, but you look at the side of LTX right now, for me, they're just looking more confident, able to play at this high pressure scenario, putting on so much threat. One after the other, stepping on in, rotating on in to put a bit of damage. Whilst the defense truly is holding on up from Sparks, LTX and me are just slightly more convincing.
Martin challenging, 100 boost picked up by Mino. Martin getting involved, clears that up and over to the backboard. Turn away, Squixel challenging Banana Man in with a chance to receive, and he shoots it past every defender and gets Sparks back in the game just prior to the 2-minute marker.
Yeah, and such an important goal for not only morale, but just to buy yourself time to stay on in it. Of course, don't want to be going to an OT, because you're going to have something extra special in a Game 5 OT like this. Explosive damage coming on out, and Banana Man keeping this to the corner. So wise, but this follow through so killer as Mino's going to quickly get his team back ahead.
Big play from LTX to return back to the lead here when Sparks found a really good goal as well. LTX are forcing them to work for it. Truly, this has been a treat in the league. One of the best games we've seen so far, I want to say. Squixel, that sideboard challenging Arku, will push it into that corner. Wrap around for Banana Man, turned away by Mino's part. Where is the backup? There it is in Squixel, challenging one. Arku comes up again to the center, going to try and beat Banana Man, who has the boost advantage, so he can win out that challenge, but not win out against Aqua, who has all the ball control. Martin blocks him, Mino to follow it up. Squixel's been bumped out, but the shot's too wide, and Martin defending against the follow-up and all. Back in the midfield, and what could have been a decisive goal there for LTX just doesn't go in.
I'm questioning LTX in some ways here. Not willing to go for back passes, instead trying to slow the ball down and sort of stop it at the midfield. I'd much rather see this side. Oh! Control. How has Mino just been allowed this?
It all started with Martin's defense off the backboard. You don't see it on screen, but you see how him and Banana Man both went for touches. Banana Man in particular with the 50-50 that failed. But starting with Martin's awkward clear attempt, and now it falls to pieces for Sparks. They need a comeback moment right now. Martin and Banana Man combining to try and make up for their mistakes here in the last 60 seconds of this game. Time runs short, the pressure is on. Squixel can only challenge, set up Mino instead from his teammates, from his opponent's own setup. Bumps in play, defensive crumbles, and that might be game.
That might just be the Sparks dampened, and to further your analogy from earlier, you can't make fire from that 2 waterlogged, but 53 seconds. Can they jump about? Can they dry themselves off and get back into this? Can they fuel an OT here in Game 5? That's what I'm hoping for anyway. I don't care who wins it, but I want this to be turned around. But my oh my. TX, they are just fearless to go for a play like this right now. Most teams would just try and put the pressure on. Just keep it down your opponent's side, but they just keep on hammering away these goals.
Yeah, the confidence has returned from Game 1. And Sparks, man, this feels heartbreaking now, just knowing that this is a 4-goal game when you consider how close they got. There's a second goal for Squixel as a consolation prize, but they've just got to get so many more of these kickoff setups. 35 seconds to make up 3, like surely that's borderline impossible.
Just over 11 a goal. It is possible, but just no. Not going to happen, especially when you're stuck into defense and you're just about to see the first of those 11 get used on up. No one's back home because, of course, you're going to throw everything down into attack. Just hope that something will come off. Halfway already gone for this chance, and the throw up there is so good. That's nuts, actually, as a pass. Just not working anything off. They'll get 1 goal, but 2 in 5 seconds. Jay, that is impossible.
All right, boys, 2 kickoff goals time. Let's do it.
I mean, the ball's got to travel
that would be,
from the center to net in just over 2 seconds, because the time up top actually does go to like decimals. It just doesn't show it.
If it happens, it'll be the most special thing ever in Rocket League, but nah, not happening at all. Not happening at all, unfortunately. Good effort, but Sparks not to be, man. But listen, they gave us a game. They gave us a freaking series, dude. Like, that was one of the most entertaining games of Rocket League I have ever called. And I'm just in awe at these two teams. It was amazing. Truly an amazing display of Rocket League. Went all 5 games. Tension from the word go. Sparks really came to life with some really, really fast gameplay. And LetTX has responded with even faster gameplay. Like, that was the marvel to watch. Really a marvel to watch. 1 for the highlight reels, 1 for the TCS history books. And that's our second game of the day as well, which has really delivered, Bacon.
It really has. And can I just reiterate that the first game was heavily in favor to LetTX. It all came off the back of Sparks' just cleverness, their intelligence to be able to figure out where to improve themselves, where to change on up, and be able to bring that series back in their hands. Because that game won 5-0, and then Sparks after that knew how to deal with LetTX. It was just that last game, those final goals, the quick 1-2 just sort of put it out of reach, and then, you know, it snowballed from there. Squixel being able to get 1 for the road. But going to Game 5, you're right. This has been so far the game of the season for me. And to know that we still got so many good games coming on up, not only today, of course, but then, of course, into next week and then into the final week. I've loved everything about the season so far.
Yep, like there's more action coming your way here for the TCS Esports League. For now, we're going to slow things down, though, and talk to Arku of the LetTX side. Of course, today having a chance to chat with him and see if we can feel out how the team is feeling after this short break. So do not go anywhere. The TCS Esports League continues after this. Welcome back to the TCSE Sports League. We're joined by Aku once again. His team has played the banger of the day so far. What a series that was from you guys and the Sparks camp. I have to say, like, were there ever any points where you guys felt like maybe you might not have won that series, or like, because you got that first game so confidently, and then it was just back and forth after that. So was there ever a point where things kind of, you might have lost confidence in your side?
I don't think we lost confidence. We were just a bit struggling to play with each other today. To be honest, we didn't. We made more double commits than in our habits, or we didn't make good passes as often. And I think as well that Sparks just missed a bit the first game, like the warm-up game, because to be honest, the 3 first goals we score in the series won't happen against the real team of Sparks when they are ready to play, I think.
Great respect for your opponents there. And from the respect, is that gained from watching VODs? What was the preparations for this matchup? Because we know at the moment each and every game for you guys is super important. You're trying to get the most you can out of each series, to help your game differential. So what were the preparations like for this game?
We warmed up every time individually. We prefer to be really focused on our individual stuff and mechanics before a match. So we took sometimes in training. It's for us the best way to warm up for the important match. Sometimes when you play a scrim before, you're a bit too. You already maybe gave everything, so it's better for us to warm up individually.
Well, for you guys being in the position that you are right now, it's a huge win for you guys in terms of your state in the league, because you're currently fighting. I think a lot of people have been remiss to mention you guys, because you are kind of tied up within that third place position in the top 3. So temporarily you've moved above Edelweiss for the moment, and you're potentially in a position where if you get some wins later down the road, then you might be within that top 3 contention. So I wanted to ask if there's any sort of like confidence, or if there's any doubts going forward into the rest of the league itself, because for you guys, you are really, really close to that position.
It's still the goal of the season with the team. We saw that we have to win one of our 2 next match to get this top 3, and for sure Coconuters won't be easy to beat. Slightly salty, not at all as well. But I think that we can have a pretty good chance against both teams. It won't be easy matches. I think they are the 2 best teams in the league at the moment. They are the 2 teams that play the best during this league play. Maybe it will change during the playoffs, but we'll see. So that's why we need to get that top 3 to secure the LAN spot.
And now, just like, what is the plan? What is going to be the scrim practice? Because you've got 2 opponents coming on up. You've got Slightly Salty and, of course, Iron Legacy. Are you going to put more stock into, say, the Slightly Salty squad and getting the win there? Or is it going to be sort of like just playing your own game? What are the preparations for the next 2 weeks? Because, again, like you said, this is crunch time for you guys.
It's gonna be rough. So I think we're gonna try to practice more a bit as a team. But the only hard point is that we all have another team in Europe for the European stuff. So sometimes when Mino have scrims with his team, I don't, and when I have scrimmed, maybe Mino doesn't have. So it's sometimes pretty hard to find time with a team as this, but we stay with the confidence and as a friend group, and to always cheer up for the teammates, and it can help us a lot.
There are plenty of reasons to be cheery about your win. Again, my highlight game of the season so far from you guys. So congratulations on taking said win, and good luck going forward against Slightly Salty and Coconut. As it will be a tough challenge, but I wish you the best of luck. For now, though, we're going to head towards a short break and see whether Vision Gaming can have luck to get their first series on the board here against Ira Legacy as we head towards that series after said break. As well as that, after that game, we have the TCS halftime show. So if you haven't entered just yet, type exclamation mark. No, hashtag halftime, exclamation mark halftime will give you the details of what's going on, but hashtag halftime to enter the raffle, and at the halftime marker, you could potentially be playing for up to 6,500 Rocket League credits. We're heading towards a short break, don't go anywhere, we're back after this.
Set, go.
Ira Legacy, bring the swag, memes, and style.
Welcome back to the TCSE Sports League, and we're getting into our third matchup of the day between Ira Legacy and Vision Gaming. Unfortunately, unlike the first couple of series, I can't have much faith in this one being a particular banger bacon. This is a team of Ira Legacy who are currently in the middle of the table versus Vision Gaming, who are yet to get series wins on the board. Oh man, I just can't see this happening, unfortunately, for Vision. Like, it really has been a poor season from them, and I think that, you know, them and Mind Sanity are the two shoe-ins for relegation at this stage. I'm not sure where we go from this. I mean, they've only won 2 games, 2 whole games. You know, that's the only thing that separates them. There's nothing else other than that. No wins, nothing at all. And I hate to be that guy, but I feel like this is going to be a bit of a one-sided affair.
If only we were on LAN, then I could slap you, Jay, because Vision Gaming have been stepping it up, my dude. Back in week 5, being able to take 2 games, going to 3 OTs with Lausanne. Last week, sure, it was a 3-0 against LTX, but 2 of those games were 1 goal differential, and of course the second game was a 2 goal differential. Vision Gaming are stepping up. They have found themselves. And, of course, Ira Legacy last week didn't look incredibly strong. Sure, they got the 3-0 win over Mind Sanity, but they weren't looking to play with all that flair which we're used to seeing from them. So, if they're returning with that sort of lackluster mood, Vision Gaming could go for an upset. And so, whilst you're there not thinking it is, because realistically, everyone at home that's just tuning in, looking at the scoreboard right now, might be alongside you. Ira Legacy 3-3, sitting bang in the middle at 5th, and Vision Gaming 0-6 right down there in 9th, only with 2 games to their name. But I'm just telling you, this could be an incredible upset, and right now everything that I've just said has probably scared the whole of my insanity. Just, yeah, it's not a good state for them, because they are banging on this to be a great game for Ira Legacy, because crunch time at the end of the season, those two teams, it could just come down to games. It could just come down to that last match between each other in week 9. So everything is crunch time for these two teams.
Indeed, it is. I don't have as much faith as you, unfortunately, in this one. I can't say that I do, but we'll find out how much they can really do here for the Vision Gaming side. Yes, that series against Lausanne was particularly good, but I don't think they're going to replicate here against this Ira Legacy side. As we will get to game number 1 of our best of 5 series right about now, with the Ira Legacy side being in green and Vision Gaming being in red. I hope no one here is colorblind, because that is going to particularly hurt you. It's more of a teal though, so I guess we can kind of work with it. It's kind of like
it's not the right greens for it. But that's not the right defense to be able to just... That's not even a defense! That's just a hodgepodge attack, hit, hope, jump in the area. Vision, I talked you guys out. Don't do this to me.
And already the play-by-play caster is about to be vindicated against the color caster's opinion. First goal to the board of Ira Legacy. Vision Gaming scrabbling on their defensive, getting into their own half. They try and get a counter-attack in. Nessie off the ceiling has Frosty here to tee it off. Countered by Kasanian. And Pipifax and Tooth will get themselves involved as well on the defensive line. Sending it off to the sideboard. Pipifax bombing it down into Nessie's angle. Kasanian going to look for his chance to get a defensive in. His teammate's going to take it away instead with a clear away that goes pretty close to target, actually. Frosty has got to block that off directly on the line, and it allows plenty of breathing room for Kasadian to come forward, grab the 100 boost. Turb still returns against his favor, so all that effort has gone to waste for the moment for Ira Legacy. Attack up here. Frosty here with control, denied by Kasadian safe, so first minute and his first goal for Ira Legacy. Nessie still looking for a decent one in the back of the net, but sending us one far, far, far too high.
Oh, and that last second save from Kasanian is massive. What a touch from Pipifax. How is he going to turn this? The flip there. He needed to just allow it to run towards the wall, over towards Tooth, because where he tried to stick onto it, he just lost control and it was handed on over.
Oh, speaking of handing things over. That's not fun at all. Kasalian dunking this ball right into Nessie, and he just didn't even get a touch, did he? To Ira Legacy.
In all fairness, the ball was just a little bit too far away there. He wouldn't have been able to get it. That's a good shot put on, but it looked so close and it's painful.
Demos in, Kasalian passing Pipifax, going to continue the offensive nature. All 3 players caught in that left-hand side. No points of a boost. Tooth coming in off the backboard. Frosty there with a clear away. Pipifax sending to Kasalian, taking that one up high. 100 points of boost picked up on the backboard as well. I'll set it up for Tooth, who's going to get cleared back down to the other end of the field. So a couple of counters coming in from Vision Gaming, but their overall shot count is looking particularly weak. I know it's early doors, but only a couple of chances generated from their offensive pressure. Tooth here with the dribble play. He's got to beat one, and he will be able to do so. Send that one right to target, and it's slow enough that Nessie can get back and save it this time. Demo in, however, that's directly in front. Ball, Frosty barely defends it, and that did look like it was going to be an own goal for a moment.
Frosty forced now 50-50. He's been lucky enough to have that 100 left for him. I don't know what the idea was there for Ira Legacy, but so far halfway mark, 2-0, not out of reach right now for Vision, but not an easy task nonetheless. You can clearly see Ira Legacy have had more control of the ball, more attacking potential coming out from them, and yeah, it is looking tough, but still within reach. And Caster's Curse is hitting super hard right now, Jay.
What was that? You thought this was going to be close, wasn't it? Or something like you thought it could be an upset for Vision Gaming, didn't you say?
Such a meanie.
Listen, I've been torched in the fires of Counter-Strike for the last year or so, so I'm
you just need a good puddle or two, that's it. I'll brine it up.
Well, I can't do that just yet, I've got to wait a week, so, you know. Vision Gaming. That's a joke
that's really not the answer right
exclusive. Now. It's exclusive. That's a joke that's only exclusive to us and not to none of the audience or the Swiss scene as a whole. So, Kasalian, ball control alongside his teammates here into the center line. Pipifax getting involved. Pipifax with a demo or demoed out, I should say, pass from Kasalian to Tooth, challenging in off that sideboard. Second touch not quite as confident. Kasalian with a big miss, which might allow Frosty with the breakaway. If he can beat Pipifax, that can actually be a goal, but he loses control of the box. And Pipifax just maintains his composure, maintains his control.
He doesn't. Turb popping it in the air. Not confident on that one. That's good control from Kasalian, it's got to be said. Yeah. Not an incredible game plan coming on out from Vision Gaming. You can see there's not much thought put behind the hits. Whilst the rotations are good, it's just, okay, you get one touch. That's finally a stellar play. This is what I wanted.
At last. Still have a minute to make up 2, however, and Nessie almost threw that ball off, so thank goodness he got that
It's
dodge
just
just
a
in
warm-up
time.
game. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, of course you say that when they're 3-1 down. Potentially going 4-1. Frosty would not have reached that ball in time had that gone bin to the back of the net. And 2 still in with an attacking chance. Turned away from the back, so he forced to rotate alongside Kasalian in the midfield block. Nessie coming up here after the backboard. Kasalian with a miss, so does 2. Frosty shoots high. Bounces off the crossbar. Chance available for Cass to get involved. Good challenge. Turned away. And it goes past the line
It's
from
happening!
Nessie. All right, Vision is showing contest now.
Oh, this is so great. It's just a good story nonetheless. Both of these two teams so deserving of the win naturally, but Vision Gaming close to being able to get there first. They've just been split on the break-off, and Kasalian's been really picking up those aerial skills. You can see the confidence he's got there to really put on the attack. Turb needs to find a play here, still going in. Cross to Nessie, it's so bold on how they get so aggressive here. Maybe a little bit over-ambitious, I'd argue, Jay, but of course it's forcing Ira Legacy to be somewhat cautious.
10 seconds, Nessie and Tooth. And that ball over, followed up by Pipifax into the hands of Nessie. It's actually a clear away from Frosty instead as both players commit. Going in for a second touch to the backboard. Chance for Turb. Bounced out. Nessie coming in as well. Kasalian's got to clear this away. Turb going to try reach it, but it's cleared out into open space. And Ira Legacy will just clutch the first game of the series. From 3-0 up, though, Vision Gaming definitely puts in the hard yards to get it back to as close as it ended up being. So credit where it's due, but it's still not a game win.
I told you, it's just a warm-up game, you know, and now they're warmed up, they're looking good, they're getting back into this one, Jay. The series is well and truly on.
We'll find out if you are truly right about it being a warm-up game here, Bacon. Again, I have my doubts, But
my doubts for Vision right now is that Frosty seems to be doing most of the work in midfield, and Nessie and Turb need to help there. They've been doing good in attack, good in defense, but the mids, it's been a little bit lackluster for Vision.
Into game 2. Turb and Kasalian have this ball up into the centre line. Frosty with a receiver off the backboard, dunks it right in, waterfalls it in front of the net. And you're right, Frosty is having a hell of a game right now. Definitely a top performer for Vision Gaming when it comes to qualitative performance. Turning away back towards the red half, though. There are a couple of decent clears coming in for Ira Legacy. Demo in. Tooth still has a chance to cross that ball and redirect it right into the back of the net. Turb here with a dribble play. Kasalian. Awkward challenge allows Turb to dribbling it up. A blazing goal they have on the first.
Oh, Kasalian tried so hard there, but in the end, only helped the ball find net. 1-0. I'm curious now. How do Ira Legacy play from behind? Are they just going to go all-out attack here? That's a beautiful pass on over towards Pipifax. That is a stellar play.
What? Oh my God. That has got to be one of the cleanest passes and cleanest dribbles to net I have ever seen. Man alive, Pipifax. Pippin up to evens, 1-0 very quickly to the board for Ira Legacy, just within the first minute. And if we keep seeing plays like that, then this one could be memorable for different reasons than what we expected. Kasalian off the backboard, but unable to get it in. Two following suit, turned over to the left-hand side.
Oh, Jay, you had doubts about this game, and now you're the one that's looking silly, boy.
No. I never said anything about Vision being able to make it competitive. I just said if Ira Legacy can maintain the confidence of those kind of shots, then we'll be absolutely fine for Goal of the Week contenders, which will be immortalized in TCS history via the Twitter. So you know.
Sure. But so far, Ira Legacy, they have a little bit of an air of headless chickens about themselves, where they're going up for way too many attempts where they're not going to be able to connect with the ball. You see Tooth here has finally got a touch onto it, and it's only worked as a back pass, but he didn't actually find a teammate. That touch there as well, a little bit sus, as Nesu is able to easily pick up onto it, and that's the case with a lot of Ira Legacy's play. They've got so much talent to be able to pull off so many good plays, but they're going for way too many touches, going for way too many attempts, which is expanding a lot of boost, a lot of energy, and not really coming off with much. So for me, Ira Legacy just needs to work on their decision-making skills.
Frosty turning it in for the corner play off the backboard. Ness is going to feed it. Pipifax holds control, wraps over. Frosty with a bit of a miss. Casadian comes up and Pipifax leaves it instead for a second player. Nessie making his way into the box. Two players committing to the attack, and Turb actually registers a shot to target. Pipifax, however, with a defense, and Tooth alongside a second player will continue to commit. Casadian comes in as the third man, pinching it into the corner, trying to bounce it out from the corner into the box. Frosty, oh, the double tap!
Oh, mama.
And now he looks like the best player in server now.
Yep. That is TTV Frosty right there, beautifully executed. You know he loves a freestyle or two. Going for the 50-50s right there, the pinch it towards net, bold off the kickoff. So you've got to send two players on down, because Salient trying to fake his way on through. Frosty is a massive, dangerous threat, and you can see Salient bringing out demos like that onto Turb. It's a good idea for the adjustment. Frosty just gets a touch there. 17 boost left in the tank, so he can still stay around in defense. Turb, great breakaway. That is going to put so much pressure down onto Ira Legacy and allow for Vision Gaming to get up towards mid and stay comfortable.
Casalian turning up. Pipifax going to be challenged by Turb instead. Casalian and Tooth. Ball up into the midfield. Frosty contesting off the backboard of his own right. Turn back over the sideboard. Turb will send it over to Pipifax. Plays it into the midfield, at least tries to. Nessie beats it to the puncher, and it's a textbook case of Rule 1 between him and Casalian. Who's that going to hurt more, Vision Gaming or Ira Legacy? Rule 1, Rule 2, who gives a damn? It's the same thing anyway. Ball sent over to the box, and almost Nessie capitalizes on it, but not to be. Rule 1 has been broken up, though, so I don't know who made that mistake. But either way, that's something to be a bit of a bad omen for the rest of this game. Is it going to be a bad omen for Vision Gaming? Seems so, as Pipifax had an offensive chance, and Tooth crosses back to the center, but no second player to receive the ball.
It's only Rule 2 because conflict, Jay. That's it. We like a good little bit of engaging arguments in Twitch chat, because I'm sure someone's already pointed out Rule 1, but Jesus!
That was a laser beam! Well, we know who broke Rule 1 now, at least.
Bang!
Straight shot down. I thought that was going off the backboard. Unbelievable. Well, it's 2-all, 23 seconds. Overtime's still on the table.
I can't wait for it. I mean, we could just get this shot out as Nessie's feeding it. Going up high. Pipifax, that's not a confident touch. You can see, yeah, Casalian has to get that away. But Vision Gaming wanted to close it out now, and I applaud the efforts.
Oh, it will be a last attacking chance for Ira Legacy, however. Nessie having to feed this ball to Casalian's angle, leaving it for Pipifax on the strike back of the backboard. Third man coming in, turned away by the Vision Gaming defense, and indeed, overtime is on the table. And I will admit, this is a lot more competitive than I thought it was going to be here. Vision Gaming still yet to get a game win on the board, though. Is Frosty going to make it one here with a solo play or a passing play? Denied by Ira Legacy. Shot up, Tooth barely gets his touch on. And Turb leaving for Nessie, bounce out of the corner, shot over, and there it is. Vision Gaming with their third game of the season as they equalize in the series 1-0.
This is a feel-good moment for VG. Definitely not for my insanity, though. That's got to be said. They've got to be looking at this and near enough biting their nails right to stubs. It's pretty gross. But Ira Legacy as well, applauding themselves, having a cracking start to the season there, Jay. But now, towards the midpoint and towards the end, sort of slipping a little bit. I don't know what's going on with this team, which used to be able to pull off some great passing plays. We've seen it today as well. But for some reason, just losing a bit of control and back in defense. They're just not really passing to each other like they need to work their way out of defense. Instead, just going for big clearances and quite often pretty obvious to read and predictable clearances, which are their issues. They're just sort of stepping up over their own feet here, and that's got to be cleaned up.
100 points of boost for two from the early start of the defensive. Ira Legacy are pushed on the back foot by Vision Gaming, having that level of confidence. Passing plays interrupted in Kasalian intercepting. Ball's path into the net. Frosty challenge, ball sent right to net of his own accord. Blocked by Nessie, follow up. Turbs bumped out of position. Kasalian at least tried to get it in there. The save barely holds itself together. Nessie on the counter-attack. Turbs unable to find his shot. Frosty does, though. And Pipifax takes the save. Okay, I think we've got a game on our hands now, Bacon. I think I might have been convinced. Vision Gaming
Only took you
really
3 games,
posting things up. Yeah, that's how long it takes me to feel this one out, because the continuous attacks are coming in from Frosty in particular.
I mean, Jam's favourite player right there in Frosty, and you can definitely see why. Great style about and great skill as well. Coaching this team on top of everything. And 1 minute gone by, no goals just yet, and it's everyone sort of focusing on that defense, making sure that these good attacks aren't coming on through. Kasani's got a cracker of a setup, but the finish just too high.
Too high. Pipifax. The ceiling. Nessie. Awkward backboard touch. Chance for Kasalian. Toes bumped out of the way. Still Nessie comes up with the save. Getting way too close there for Vision Gaming defensives. Nessie bounced off the backboard. Kasalian with a miss. Pipifax comes forward instead to the midfield line. Turb up and over. Kasalian here with a lock. 46 points of boost. Can try to grab the 100. Instead leaves that ball a little bit too far out of angle. From the corner and the ceiling, his teammate gets demoed out. No backup can arrive. They're holding the midfield contention and playing a very cautious game here. Ira Legacy, every reason to do so, because look at these returns coming in from Vision.
Kasani's stepping up there a little bit, caught between two different decisions. In the end, goes for the bump, and I feel like with Ira Legacy questioning themselves, so they're sort of losing belief in themselves as well. And that is an issue where you're starting to set the seeds of doubt. Vision Gaming, I mean, their stocks are only going to rise.
Nessie, ball control, just tease it away instead of actually taking a dribble. Good call, because it would have gone to net, but slow enough that Tooth can adjust. Frosty in with control. Pipifax got to block it. His teammate's been bumped out of the way. Kasalian struggling to maintain control of his position. Redirective chance denied. As Tooth gets the clear away, but Nessie quick with a response. Kasalian now tee up. No boost for him, though. Frosty comes in with touch back of the back. Bob Pipifax takes it away off to the side. Second touch and all, and Tooth lacking in boost numbers, still able to control it, feed it up to his teammate. Kasalian shoved out by Nessie, though. And still nothing found. 0-0 to the board in the last couple of minutes. And Ira Legacy have blundered their way to allow Vision Gaming a chance.
A lot of ways they have. Tooth is going to be angry because he just basically had a sitter there waiting for someone to put away. But again, like you said, bumps coming on through. Vision Gaming are playing such a destructive style for their opponents that frustration is naturally going to build on up. Turb just having to lose a bit of control there for the ball, but Pipifax as well, not with the best control. We'll stick onto it, but you can see time is being wasted. And Ira Legacy need to be a bit snappier if they want to catch VG off guard, and that's largely the issue. Too much space in between these players, Jay, just taking a little bit too much time.
60 seconds remaining. Frosty here with the ball control. Tooth challenging, crossing. Pipperfax up, bounce out, centered up to the box. Good challenge from Tooth as well. Does not go to target. Turb finds the clear. Kassanian with the block out, but feeds it right into no man's land where the Vision Gaming players couldn't maintain control. Tooth way too far wide of the left-hand side. Kassanian and Tooth getting a touch away. Frosty coming up. Pipperfax bounce out of the sideboard. Frosty challenged by Tooth, sends that all over. Turb's last man back, way too far away. He's just about gets there to challenge from the Ira Legacy attack. Nessie with 25 seconds has no boost to find a counter. Kassanian flicks it up. Pipperfax trying to receive, but Frosty beats into the ball. Where's Tooth? There's Tooth. The sideboard again alongside Pipperfax, centering it again for Kassanian, but they're playing it too far forward. That could be the chance, and at long last, God, that was an absolute drag, but they find the goal at this moment.
11 seconds, Jay. We could still have an OT. Just let that sit in your mind and let VG just get the upset here. Pinch 50-50 in the center for kickoff. Nessie with the layoff, but no one there to pick it on up. Turb will keep it alive. That's going to work as a decent bounce out. But that touch from Frosty, not gold. Ira Legacy 2-1 up now in the series.
Sorry, I've been yelled at. Sorry, excuse me for 1 second.
I mean, you should be yelled at. You're not wrong, but yeah. That game, there was way too many misses. You look at the number of shots, and the problem is cleanness. It's a lot of hit and hope. It's a lot of just throw the ball at the net. Not really thought out, well-executed plays. And that's coming from both teams. That is a criticism for both sides, but that's because you're getting the flow of this game going like that, and you sort of sink into that weird mindset. It happens.
This one might not be so slow to score the opener this time. Ball sent off. Kassanian alongside Frosty here with control. Nessie coming up alongside Kassanian taking control back of his own right. Nessie cross. Turn over Pipperfax a little bit high of the crossbar. So, Kassanian coming in with his own dribble play. Turb denying. Block off. Second player also coming in to challenge. Off that ceiling, they'll send it right back into Tooth, sending it up for Kassanian again. Blocked off by another good challenge. And just wondering about the positioning of a lot of these setups and shots overall. So I'm not certain about all of it. Again, the confidence from Ira Legacy could be so much better in my opinion, but alas. 4 minutes and 15, and Kassanian will just dribble it up, leave it for Pipperfax. Continuing the aggression, but it just stops at that final hurdle.
I mean, for both teams, it sort of just is a one-attack idea. There's no build-up in pressure coming out here, Jay. It's almost like they're playing turn-based Rocket League, which should never be a thing. Please don't make it a thing. No fan games on that, please. Because you notice, Pipfax here, Storm for time. That's good. Where was that meant to be going? Who was that ball to? I'm sorry, but no!
Well, I'm just going to let that one simmer, to be honest. I don't even know. Turb here with control. The sideboard, Tooth challenge. Nessie going to clear that away as Kassanian takes that off to the right-hand side. The corner inbound. Frosty here with another good challenge. A press forward alongside the rest of Vision Gaming, but Ira Legacy are doing a pretty decent job of counteracting it. Taking the save, shots off, and the defensive crumbles again to allow Vision Gaming their opening goal.
Yeah, straight up Tooth here. That's well blocked out by Frosty to put the pressure on, and then everyone's sitting back in there, not really prepared for a follow-up. It is very much instant reaction Rocket League going on now, and again, it's just, you gotta plan this on out. What happens next? That's a good idea on over towards Frosty, but Turb only really goes straight to net as an option, and that makes it easier to save as the defender. That's a great little setup. Unlucky Turb just being wide of target, but that's so much better by Vision Gaming, who are now trying to think up passing plays, how to get to net in the best way possible. Good pass on out by Nessie. Frosty's a little bit still back on the rotation, so it's a little bit dodgy with the mistake, but you can see VG are just getting creative, and that's working.
Oh, Demo in to take out the main center line offender. Nessie control out. Pipifax can turn it away. Kasadin also comes up, and Turb does dive down and maintain ball control out of this corner. Kasadin up, Tooth to receive it. Still sent way too fast and way too wide. They'll try to recover it, but the best they can do is send it back at the midfield. Allow a counter-attack chance with no man in defense. Kasadin will just get there. Turn away by the ball being sent up to the sideboard. Turb, excuse me. Holds the contention back over on Vision Gaming side. Tooth this time does find the clear away, or tries to, but it's sent back over to the other side as well by Ira Legacy. Turb and Nessie continue the aggression, and the Demo comes through to allow 2 to the board. And this could be another 5-game series, Bacon.
Good indeed. Nice idea for the Demo. Challenge coming on through, just not able to get there in time. Nessie is up super early. And again, looking at our Legacy, communication is a massive issue for those guys right now. A little while ago on the backboard, you saw a massive double commit in space. Kasalian and Tooth both up on it. And you only need one person there. Otherwise, you're committing 2 people up on the backboard, and it just makes life difficult. That's a good run from Frosty. Just straight up.
Straight dribble. Pipifax trying to rotate back. Not sure what he was doing on that backboard, but ultimately he was unable to be part of the defensive, a defensive that was lacking in general for Ira Legacy. 3-0, Vision Gaming. They are
Did you
making
ever
this
think
competitive.
this was going to game 5, Jay? Just you know.
No. I thought at best Vision would take a game. But Ira Legacy, it just, I don't know, it just looks so, they've got ideas, but the execution just isn't there. That's the problem. And it's like, when do they change it up to try something a little bit different is the question, because they've been trying the same setups, the same strategies over and over again. And, well, it's not working for them. Minute on the clock, Pipifax again to the backboard, Tooth there with a shot, high off the crossbar, sending with a follow through. Can't make it follow through instead, 60 seconds. And it looks like it is going to be game 5, Bacon.
Not bad play, that last one, though. But I agree with you. It just feels like faulty wires or something in this connection, and you're just getting packet loss or something. Everyone at home should know what Rocket League feels like with packet loss. So you're there doing a good play, and then suddenly it just doesn't really quite work on out, and that's a massive issue right now. And I can only assume from looking at them play that it's just coming down to connection, not really talking about where each other are. The awareness can just be straight up a difficult skill to just, through chemistry, know where your teammates are, because you've only got normally 105 to 110 degrees of vision. So you're working off the knowledge of roughly where your teammates are, or where they've communicated where they are. That's a good dunk. Wow.
That Frosty is just a diamond in the rough in this team, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
What a play. And just
Don't get me wrong,
many
Turb and Nessie have been playing their game so well as well today, but Frosty just pops.
And like, it's just one of many, many more goals that he scored over the course of this series. Many that we could add to the highlight reel. One shot for Pipifax, but that goes too far wide. Bouncing off the post and getting nothing for it. 4-0 for Vision Gaming in game 4 makes it game 5 in this series. And I wonder if maybe you were onto something, Bacon.
Yeah, it's that communication. They need to tell each other where they are, because right now they're all in ball cam. I mean, you play the game majority of the time, 95% of the time anyway, in ball cam. You turn it off really for dribbles and such, or if you need to just quickly align yourself with the boost and the back line speed. And then most of the time you already know where the boost is and just get that mechanical feeling of where to go off of it. Anyway, they don't have for sure knowledge of where each other are. They need to start communicating that, because we're getting so many positional overlaps coming out from Ira Legacy. Off the back of that, they're going to then be able to position themselves ready for passing plays to start coming up, because you're seeing way too many passes set towards the middle, but no one actually there. If that player, the first man who's going for the pass, knows that no one's in the middle for him, well, then he can just throw it into the corner, stall time, start applying pressure instead. And it's just giving yourself options to go with instead of just, I don't want to say mindlessly sticking to plan A. You've got to have flexibility in your play, and Ira Legacy really needs options right now to be able to adjust on the fly.
Well, trying to buy some options here. The demo plays. Tooth over the backboard. Second touch miss. Kasalian's blocked by Turb. I can't believe they failed that play after taking 2 players out of the server entirely. Kasalian. Triple plays. Frosty's just going to wait, go AFC for a moment, and eventually pick the controller back up to get the defensive in. It still bounces off the post, and Bibifax follows suit with a goal to open things up for Ira Legacy. That looked so much better.
Good team pressure being applied, using a lot of width. Tooth's initial idea to pass it on out to center, as soon as he turned it on around, saw that no one's there to pass, so instead sticks on the ball, goes for the aerial dribble to send it the whole way back to the midfield line, and that is a great adjustment. It allows time for Kasadian then to turn around onto it, and Ira Legacy clearly using that break to sort themselves out, just looking so much cleaner. Bumps come through from Turb though, so again, Vision Gaming are going to want to disrupt everything that Ira Legacy are doing and try and set those nuisances into motion again to break them down.
Attacking force from Turb, trying to get this over in the green half. He tried to get it to his teammate, but already caught in rotation, trying to get back out to the midfield line, grab some boost. Tooth crossing the Pipifax. He makes control happen into the corner. Turb will clear it out of the box, bounce out the sideboard into the mid-center. Found in the end by Frosty. Back to Turb here as Pipifax fails on his own touches. Kasalian almost got thrown off by Frosty, but he finds that clear, and Tooth will find the counter, or at least the setup for the counter. Kasalian on the backboard. Second touch not going to be allowed. Frosty for the dribble away, and Tooth has got to challenge him, else that would have been an open net. And in this case, he is successful, but barely hanging on by a thread. Vision Gaming have picked up the pace, and Ira Legacy, again, struggling to get something going here.
Yeah, but Vision Gaming doing good in defense there to keep the ball slow and high in the corners. Really reduces response time. Cracking shot put on. Frosty couldn't get anywhere near that. Kasalian executed that finish perfectly.
Wow, that was a shot and a half. Frosty had to get the challenge in, but unfortunately it was a little bit too late to the marker. Well done from Kasalian, and now the confidence has returned here for Ira Legacy. Ball set over Turb, able to deny 2 players up, shot close, and this is the game that I expected to see for the entire series long so far. Ira Legacy 3-0 up as we approach half-time, and Vision Gaming have had their moments, but they've been unable to score.
Ira really found themselves, but Jay, remember back towards game 1, Vision can still bring themselves back into this, especially with 2 minutes and 50 seconds left to go. But they are going to have to dig deep if they want that first series win. And perhaps that could be the difference maker right now. The passion to get a bit of safety. Who knows? Still with half the game to go.
The facts with control, dribble up, follow up from 2, sends it wide. Nessie bounce out the side. Turb does clear it out into open space, but Pipifax is the man to take control in the end of the ceiling. Kasalian couldn't quite get the disruption play. Nessie's able to get the save in. So that ball was actually on target. Pippi beaten out by Frosty, going up here with the dribbles. Beats out Kasalian, second tap. Where's his teammates? Nowhere to be found. The clear instead returns from Ira Legacy. Kasalian going for a 0 angle. Turb will still return it. Follow up, not quite there as they take control in the mid defense.
Yeah, Turb cheating up, Nessie cheating up on that last one, and no one going to finish.
What have
that
you
was
done?
a save by Pipifax. Why, buddy? That could have been so much
What have you
security.
done?
Turb's on a charge right now. Nessie doesn't have the boost, so can't keep onto it. Looking for a pass down towards Frosty, but blocked out by Kasalian. Okay, that was a very, very sticky situation they nearly found themselves in.
I mean, look, that almost turned into a goal for Vision Gaming. If it had, Pippi's kicked from the team as far as I'm concerned. 3-0, Kasalian and Pipifax trying to attack once again. Tooth beaten, Frosty coming up, challenges and just gets behind the entire defensive. Eventually a shot from Nessie, responded to, clear downfield. That one's rolling right in. as Tooth makes up. Vivifax gets the assistance to also make up for his mistakes and go 4-0 up. This should be a victory now for Ira Legacy pretty comfortably.
Oh yeah, that's got to be the fun there in the coffin, especially just mentally with a little roller like that. VG threw everything into that last attack. Frosty, if that was on target, possibly? Okay. Who knows, maybe opening the door. I wouldn't mind an OT right now.
You've been so optimistic about this entire series, but your optimism really knows no bounds, doesn't it, Bacon? Like,
Look,
to be fair, it has been an all right series so far from Vision Gaming, but 4 goals to make up in 60 seconds, like that it's one of those things where it's possible, but it is shockingly difficult, and I don't think it would happen, to be honest. I mean, Frosty's getting up in the offensive line, but with the defensive holding pretty strong. Oh no!
It's
happening. Oh no!
Look, it's just a bit, ain't it? You know, you're the straightforward guy, and I'm always the optimist. Who knows? But this 36 seconds, truly a possibility. 18 seconds ago, it's going to be hard. We're not going to disagree to that at all. But we've seen craziness like this happen before. VG just got to make sure not to lose their heads. And the same can be said for Ira Legacy. Nearly putting that away. What a save come through from Frosty. Turb needs to make this a runner to keep hopes alive. But Pipifax bringing this under his control is so clean there. Just to make sure to keep calmness for Ira Legacy. And that defensive play has pretty much just won them this game at the end, because another goal could have easily turned into a kickoff, and it's Ira Legacy taking the series 3-2, but they were hustled for it. They had to work so hard.
And honestly, I'm not impressed with that result for Ira Legacy. Yes, it's a victory in the end, but to know that knowing the Vision nearly got themselves a comeback at the end of it, knowing that they're the second bottom from the league and you still got pushed to 5 games. I don't know, man. Maybe you had something about that Ira Legacy thing, starting strong in the start of the season and just sort of petering out in the middle part. I don't know if the end is going to be particularly comfortable for them now.
No, I expect more from Ira Legacy. You're not wrong in the sense that this, just on paper anyway, when you look at the players, should be a 3-1 game towards them. Like, no discredit towards Vision Gaming at all. But VG are on the come up. They've improved themselves. They're working on things. Ira Legacy, though, have just sort of got a bit complacent. We saw moments in this series where Ira Legacy were the team they should be. But then we saw other times where, I don't know, they were playing with their feet. Something weird like that. They just didn't have the connection to the game that they should have. And like I said, it was feeling like they were playing with packet loss. And it was weird AF. But you take those. A win's a win at the end of the day. And Ira Legacy, I think, with that win, have just put themselves into safety. As 4-3 is going to be them up on the board. That could just be safety 1 for them.
I believe it might just be, yes. I think the battle between Sparks and Lausanne is still a little bit plausible if they get those necessary losses and wins as respective. But I think you're right about Ira Legacy being pretty safe for now. There's a chance maybe Lausanne could dip past it, but I don't think Sparks can get past them. So I think that, yes, that top 5 is pretty much secured as not being relegated from there on up.
Yeah, it's not secured because it would come down to the game differentials, but they've got enough wins, like series wins, to be safe. It's just game differential now.
Well, Ira Legacy taking a very important series that gets them, well, almost into the playoffs themselves. And for Vision Gaming, it's still a case of trying to find their first win on the board, despite getting so close once again. We're going to head towards a short break, and we're going to hear from either Kasalian or Tooth. We don't know which one just yet. We'll find out after the short break, so do not go anywhere as the TCS Esports League rolls on after this.
Wenn ich das Gefühl habe, dass mir alles entgleitet und alles um mich herum zusammenbricht. weiss ich, dass ich mich auf ihn verlassen kann. Immer. Seit 125 Jahren an meiner Seite.
Feel the power, now you're by my side. I've been searching, but you didn't hide. You were there through all my darkest days. You know me in my eyes, and I feel like I could spread my wings and fly. I burn the sky. I see the fire in your eyes. I come alive, and I feel like I could spread my wings and fly. And I feel like I could spread my wings and fly. Feet on fire.
Well, welcome back to the TCS Esports League. We're joined by the Beard Bro himself. Kassalian is on call to talk about his win in this series. A very good win, I guess. I mean, the thing is that I don't know if you guys were expecting a 3-0. Personally, I was looking at this and I was thinking that you guys would probably drop a game at worst, but you were pushed all the way to game 5. So was that something you were expecting and accounting for coming into this match?
Well, we knew that Vision Gaming is a very good team, and obviously with Frost replacing Splash, it's always like an X factor because they haven't been playing as much together as a team as far as I know. And on top of that, we played them in SEL last week, and we actually lost 3-0 to them right after we got a win in TCS that very Monday last week. So it was, very, it was scary at least, to say the least. So I'm just happy we got the win. It was a close game, we edged it out, and they played well. Both teams could have taken the win today.
And was looking at it again. There was a lot of weirdness about today. You guys seem to be having some communication issues or something. What was going on for you guys? The sort of you were putting a lot of passes towards center, but no players there to finish it on off. So was it just disruptive play coming through from VG, or just rotations not syncing up like you want them to?
It's a mix of both, actually, because for one, they do play the mid passes very well. They're anticipating them. They kind of know what we're doing. And on the other end, we haven't really been scrimming all too much as a team recently. That's why there's like some chemistry issues on our end. Obviously, you kind of know where your teammate is supposed to be, but if you don't like play together every day and grind every day, it's just difficult to hook up all the time.
Well, for you guys, you had a really strong start in this season, and something that Bacon was mentioning was that you guys sort of have slowed down since that point. And going into the last few weeks, do you feel that that's been the case? Do you feel that there's going to be troubles for you up ahead?
I mean, we are aiming for kind of the 6th spot here in the league placement after the season is done. So I think we're right on course. And obviously, we know that our next 2 matchups are going to be Sparks and Slightly Salty, 2 very good teams, especially Slightly Salty. I'd say kind of surprising this season, being all the way at the top there. So we're going to be doing our best to grind and get our chemistry back, because we know that we are capable of, being an annoying team for the top teams here in Switzerland. And if we play up to our potential, it's anybody's ball game, I'd say.
And I guess it'd be interesting to speak to a player. I'll definitely be asking this when we come to the next series as well. But the last match of the day, Edelweiss versus Coconut, is going to be so hard to split. But I'd love to hear your thoughts on it, Kassalian, as one of the captains within TCS. How do you think that series is going to go between the top 2 teams in Switzerland, arguably?
Oh, that's very unpredictable. I mean, it's just the heavy fighters going up against each other. Whoever gets the knockout punch, might just take this serious. Me personally, I think Coconut has looked really well this season. Edelweiss has been struggling here and there, and they also dropped a lot of games to Slightly Salty. I can't remember if they actually lost the series. I think they did. That's why I would probably give the edge to Coconutters, and obviously Dead Monster, I think, as the individually best player, is gonna be the difference maker in this series coming up.
Well, for you guys in your next series, you will be up against the Sparks side. So I know that you mentioned that they're going to be a very difficult team to face off against alongside the likes of the next team you've got later on in last week. But I want to ask you about your game plan going into this matchup, going into what you've got, coming into next week. What are you hoping for?
Well, the game plan, I could just give away all the secrets, but I think I would just say that we just stick to what we do best. We're trying to be solid defensively, have our comms and our chemistry showing up. And if we just find each other on the offensive end, rotate properly on defense, I think we are in for a good series, to say the least.
Well, the most insightful answer to that question I've ever had so far doing TCS Esports League. So thank you for your insights. Thank you for your knowledge, and congratulations on the win. Hope to see you next week when it comes to that matchup, but we'll let you go ahead and take the rest of the week to prepare for that. For now, on the TCS Esports League broadcast, we head to our final two series. But before we get even to that, it's time for the TCS halftime show. We have our two competitors battling for 6,500 Rocket League credits. So, wow. Just go to the halftime show, mate. Take it away.
Thank you very much, casters, for heading over to the halftime show so very well. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the TCS Esports League halftime show, and it's awesome, as always, to have you. We have one face that we've heard before. Well, actually, yes, heard before, seen before, and we have a new contender that we haven't seen in our matches yet. Those of you who have been here for a few times know how the TCS Esports League halftime show works. We have a special Rocket League map for these two contenders that we raffled out from chat, that our trusty moderator Tuxo raffled out from chat, and they are going to go head to head to figure out who is the better one, and yes, I'll say it, the better Rocket League player. Between them, they're going to split up 6,500 credits, 4,000 for the first one, 2,500 for the second one. And how about we introduce our two contenders for the night, and one of whom, I already said it, you already know, Destro. How are you doing tonight, man?
Thanks, I'm doing very well. We recently won the TCS Challenger Cup yesterday, so I'm feeling great.
Congratulations. How was that for you? Was it a rough battle, or was it easy peasy?
It was a rough start, but in the end we clutched it. In the finals we were playing really well, so then it was not a struggle anymore.
Okay, congratulations for that. For those of the people in chat who haven't heard of you or haven't seen you contend in the halftime show yet, who are you, Destro? Where are you from? Why Rocket League?
So I'm from Zurich, from Switzerland, of course.
Good man.
Why Rocket League? Well, it's cars and the ball, and I love football and I love cars, so perfect combination.
Absolutely logical combination right there for you. Makes sense. The second name we have in the contesters list for tonight is Sin. How are you, Sin?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm doing great, man. Thank you very much. Sin, tell us something about you. Who are you? Where are you from? You don't speak German, right? You're from the French part of Switzerland.
Yeah, exactly. I live in Lausanne, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
That's pretty much it. How did you get to Rocket League? Oh, sorry.
Some friends introduced me to the game, and I really liked it, and I play it since 2017.
2000, that's 4 years, dude. Dang, how old are you, may I ask?
I'm 17.
Ooh, boy, it's been so young. A baby, basically, when you started with Rocket League, and now you're 17 already. Okay, it's great to have you, Sin. We're going to go with Destro first, and this time we're going to go back to one of the classics that we did earlier in the TCS Esports League halftime show history. It's the Dribble Challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, both of these contenders are going to have 3 minutes to get as far as possible on the dribble map as they can. It's split up into stages. They have to hit this goal-like thing to advance to another stage, and ultimately the person who got more stages in their bag when the 3 minutes are over wins tonight's contest. And how about we go right over into Destro's gameplay, as I hope that all the sound works and everything is okay. Destro, you should get ready on your play so we can count you in, so you can show your prowess. Twitch chat, get hyped for the first contender. Are you ready, Destro?
Yes, I'm ready.
All right, let's go. 3, 2, 1. Here we go. And Destro, I want to say with a strong start, but it's literally just driving into the ball. Basically, first level, easy. Even I could do level 1, but that doesn't really mean anything because I suck at Rocket League. Level 3 already, and only 20 seconds in so far. Going really well. The dribbling is strong, keeps it, it's basically stuck to the car. It doesn't even move away from the car. You told us, I think, last time we did a dribble map, Destro, that you really enjoy dribble maps and you do them all the time. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's indeed correct.
So I would assume that in the meantime you had a lot of practice?
Well, yes. I basically play it every day, so...
Ooh, do you speedrun it?
Sorry, can you say it again?
Do you speedrun it?
Yeah,
Gotcha.
I kind of do.
I mean, that's
I'm not
kind of
doing
like the
it
point.
anymore, but I try to speedrun it.
Absolutely.
So,
And level 9.
Like, my fastest time on the map is 7:47 for the whole one.
7:47 for the whole map. How many levels are there again?
30.
30 levels in Ooh. So you basically in 3 minutes you get almost halfway through.
Yeah, to level 17 probably.
Okay.
I'll try my best.
He calls level 17, ladies and gentlemen. Who is going to take the wager in chat? Who's betting on Destro for this one? I think a lot of chat will, because I just checked Twitch chat right before we went live, and people basically are expecting you to win. So Sin is the underdog tonight. That's not a bad position to have. Underdogs usually are the ones who get pushed, like internal push, to show the world how good they are. So we're really excited to see what Sin's gonna do. But level 15 already, 2 minutes are a hit. You have another minute to go. And wow, you're doing really... Oh, that one was basically the first mistake in the whole run, ladies and gentlemen. Takes it over and just so barely, but loses it. Has to try again. Okay, we gotta get back to concentration right now. Destro, show them what you got. Even though you have chat on your side, you still have to show your prowess. And he gets it this time. Oh, ooh, close though. Level 16 and still 30 seconds to go at this point. I'm going by the in-game timer that says 2:40 for me right now. Ooh.
So 20 seconds. I can do one more probably.
You can do what? I'm sorry?
I can do level 17 and then the time runs out probably.
We'll see what you can do. The level that you finish is what counts. So if you're in level 18, you finish 17. And 3, 2, 1. There we go. That's your time. That is your time. It's over. Level 17 completed, ladies and gentlemen, in 3 minutes, as he called it. Like, he's obviously an expert in these games. Said, we're probably gonna get level 17, and boom, level 17 it was. Thank you very much, Destro, for your run. How do you feel about it? Are you confident you're gonna win? Was this a stronger or a weaker performance on your part?
I would say average.
Average.
It's possible to do faster, but it was not bad.
Diplomatic to yourself. It was average. That's absolutely fine. Sin, we're gonna switch over to your stream so we can watch you contend. Are you ready to show us what you got?
I am.
You are. All right. I'm gonna count you in. 3 to 0. 3 to go, basically, and then you hit it. Okay. All right. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. And here it is. The first few seconds. The first dribble. Ooh. Quick loss. Okay. Quick loss. That's okay. We're just gonna continue like this. Choked a little bit. That's not a problem. I'm sure you can still get it. Level 2, level 1 got through relatively easily. And now level 2, look at that. The ball, just like Destro's, basically stuck to the car. Yo! And just got it really, really closely. But well done right there. So close, but picked it up. Got it back in. Ooh, that was just a little bit to the side, but level 5. Still gotta go around. Oof. That one was a little bit too confident. Still gonna get it though. We need somebody to dethrone the king. And, oh, drops it again. 1 minute almost over at level 5. But nothing is lost yet, ladies and gentlemen. Can still get it. The concentration stays up. Yep, that's not a bad one. That could, ooh, lost it right before the goal. But go slow and you go safe. That's what Mom said, and Mom is always right. It's just, Mother's Day is just over, so we all know Mom is always right. All right, this one looks very nice. This one looks very good. This looks like it's going to be level 5, and it is! Level 6 has commenced. 125 on the clock. It's going to go slow around. Yeah, actually using the wood to his... Oh, did it go through? We don't know. Yes, it did. Actually using the turning wood to his advantage. Getting around it and lost it again. But this time... Oh, that's a good one. That's a nice entry. A little bit too far left on this part. 1:46 on the clock. I'm sorry if I make you nervous by speaking all the time, but I'm afraid that's my job.
I'm just a bit shaky, to be honest.
That's okay. You got it, my dude. You've been doing really well so far, man. Look at that. Oh, using it. Still. Oh! Was that it? Was that enough? It was not. But that really felt like, angle-wise, that really felt like it could have hit. It did not, though. Unfortunately, level 7, 2011 on the clock. This is going to be really tight if you still want to get it. And there you go, level 8. And now, time for the ramp. Gotta get it far up and right over there. Oh! Still salvageable? No, it's not. Okay, we can go again. Level 8. Oh, that was a little bit too far left. Basically, I think just go... Oh, lost it again. Just go straight. Try to go... Keep it... Oh. And there it just goes through the floor. Dang! Destro is really hard to beat, apparently. 2 minutes 43 on the clock at level 8. I don't think that's gonna work out, but still, let's see how far you can get, Sin. Don't give up just yet. Yeah, okay. Okay. Ooh, that's a rough one. This one seems like it's a rough one. I mean, I have the best job here. I just get to sit here and talk and comment what these guys do, because I wouldn't even get past number 2. Okay, are you forfeiting? That's it. Time 3 minutes, level 8. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner again for tonight. And it is the one, the only, Destro! Congratulations, sir. Let's see some hype and love in the chat for another job well done, Destro. How do you feel after your victory?
Well, always great, I have to say.
Always great. This is basically the way you start your week now. You go do the TCS Esports League halftime show, you win, get some credits, and it's a nice little start into the week. Would that be a good summary?
Yeah, that's a good summary. Maybe you have to blame Tox for it. Like, he picks me all the time.
Okay, so I guess we're gonna have to tell Tox no more Destro. We need some fresh blood in the halftime show. Sin, how do you feel about your performance? Is this your average, or would you say you just had a bad day?
No, I was a bit shaky, but I know I can do better, to be honest.
It happened. All right, so how about next time? Oh, well, you know, that's live entertainment, baby. It happens, but you'll get it. Just how about you try to join again maybe next time, and maybe then you can show us how good you actually are and take away the 4,000 credits. But 2,500 for you, Destro and Sin. Thank you so much, both of you, for joining the halftime show today, and I hope you have a great time watching the rest of the show. Have a beautiful night, you guys.
Thanks, you too. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, this was the TCS Esports League halftime show. My name is Strike. I have been very honored to be your host. You'll find me as Strike on Twitch, or that guy Strike on basically any social media, mostly Twitter. And it is now my joy to bring you back to our two casters, the dashing Digital Bacon and the excellent Eternal J, for the next game that's going to be Team Surd, Swiss Incredible Rebels, against my Insanity. Strike out. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Allow us to introduce ourselves. We are the players, the members, and the fans of the TCS Esports League.
All good?
We don't have big stadium shows, millions of viewers, or our own rap song. But you know what do we have? Our community, our casters, finals, and memes.
We don't play because we have to, we play because we love to. We have scored hundreds of goals from different angles, teams and players, but with one thing in common. If you ask us how to be a part of it, we got 2 words for you. Monday evening.
Yes, I'll prove it.
Meine Herren, ich habe den Plan für die nächste Saison. Wir gewinnen.
Dann nach einem soliden Plan.
Gentlemen, man gewinnt nicht nur, man gewinnt mit Stil.
And welcome back to the TCSE Sports League. We're getting into our penultimate match of the night. We saw Vision Gaming nearly get their first victory of the league, and now we look to see if Mind Sanity can nearly do the same thing here against the likes of Sir. Now, I will admit that this one is a bit more of a possibility, in my opinion. I didn't put a lot of faith for Vision Gaming in that last one because they were taking on a team that were top 6 in the league. But this one is a bit more of a doable task, in my opinion.
Yeah, Sir have not had a good season at all, and that's just straight up a problem for them. Don't get me wrong, they've had all the hardest teams already, and now they've got the chance because they've both got the teams. They've got the teams that are below them in both Vision Gaming next week, and of course Mind Sanity this week. They finish on Sparks, so they could redeem themselves. Still, they could finish 4-5 at the end of the season. That would put them in contention for that top 6 finish. But from everything we've seen so far, my issue is that they have good days and bad days. And I hate to single out a single player, but Nukes, when he's popping, is a carry. He is incredible. But the team needs to get good sort of like morale behind the whole team for him to feel comfortable enough to go for the nuts plays that he is just capable of. And that to me is a big issue, that Sir is so heavily focused on morale at the moment. You've got RNZ, who's pretty much a staple to not only the TCS, but, you know, Sir right now is the only player from my remembrance to actually stay on the same squad and the same org since day one, you know? And he's just a foundational player, but he's not the winning factor for me. On this squad, Nukes is that winning factor, and he needs to pop off today.
Absolutely, I agree, and I mentioned it in week 1. I think he's one of the best players in the league overall from an individual perspective, and I think he's a stalwart for this side, and he's going to need to be a stalwart for this squad and everything for Sir. I think not only in this matchup, but also in all the matches going forward. This one definitely is one of the easier matches overall, but considering that they're 1-5 and Mind Sanity are down in 0-6, it's still very possible this one could go either way because they've been in similar sort of situations when it comes to their form. And and with their victories over the league really, well, just being almost completely non-existent in most cases. So, how do you weigh that up? Do you just take a look at SIR, knowing that they've got that one win in their back pocket and thinking that they're the advantageous team as a result of it? I mean, the win was against Lausanne, who have started to turn up in the last couple of weeks in the league, but you also got to remember Lausanne were not also that fantastic at the during the opening part of the season.
That's it. They need to turn it around now. And my biggest issue for SIR is that whilst they are a good side, you know, you expect big things. This should have been a season where they should have been fairly comfortable in fighting for a top 6 finish. You know, you'd be thinking they're a mid-table squad. We've just seen the first 2 teams to qualify through the Challenger Cups, Jay, and it scares me because they could quite easily take on SIR. They are of that level. The Challenger Cup teams that are coming on through are going to be tough competition for bottom 4 finishers. So SIR need to really help themselves by getting a good seed. And whilst I don't think they're going to be able to recover enough, like I said, it's a possibility. They can get up to 4 wins. But the likelihood is that they're going to probably finish on 3 wins. So it's going to come down to the game differential to finish 7th. And that is going to be one heck of a recovery right now. Because when you look, you know, ahead of them within the standings right now, where you've got Sparks that are on a game in hand, a series in hand, but also +3 on that game differential at -3, but that's just because I'm saying Sarah at -9. That's a big difference. And not only is it going to come down to that last week, to week 9, where SIR face off against Spark, it's going to come down to the work they put in this week and next against both Vision Gaming and Mindsanity to be able to do the work to claw themselves into that 7th spot to look good going into that promotion relegation tournament.
And for Mindsanity, it's all about avoiding the auto-relegation. Because remember, coming into this week, they were behind Vision Gaming in terms of the the game differentials. And with Vision Gaming getting a close series earlier today, that means that game difference starts to expand a bit more, and they have to start relying on their victories a little bit more as a result of it. For them, it's a very difficult spot to be in because they could be the team that drops out of the league and see Mindsanity leave TCS. That's not exactly what you want to see, but you could be the players that actually take their position overall, actually. So TCS Challenger Cup number 2 is coming up very soon on the 23rd of May. So if you have a team consisted of at least 2 Swiss players, you'll be able to get a chance to enter by typing !Challenger in the cup and following that tournament link. Into enter overall. We got 17 teams last time, so hoping that there'll be a few more this time around. But definitely might want to get yourself signed up for that. Again, if you have 2 Swiss players, that's the only entry requirement. !Challenger in the Twitch chat if you want to get information about that right now. And well, the question really is Mindsanity going to be that team that ends up getting auto-relegated this time? Sorry, I just seen my video go absolutely manic, so I'm just I've got the giggles now.
We know it's an issue, guys at home. Sorry about it. But the contention for that auto-relegation spot currently is between Mindsanity and Vision Game, but if Mindsanity win today, then SIR sort of falls into that issue, because if Mindsanity can beat SIR, what's to stop Vision Gaming next week being SIR, you know? So SIR need a big up right now. They need this to be a win to sort of put themselves into safety. Mindsanity need to take as many games as possible because currently they are on 3 less games won than Vision Gaming. So that's going to be 3 on the differential if they bottom on out right now. So every single game win helps them. A series win would, I don't know, set them into the stratosphere at this point. It's that weird at the bottom of the table.
Well, it's time to kick things off with our series. This is going to be a must-win for both squads, both SIR and Mindsanity especially. They look to try and avoid losing their spot in the TCS Esports League. Game 1 going live here on Aquadome with SIR being in the bronze and Mindsanity being in the blue. It's Karen Melox to already get the early couple of touches involved in the SIR defensive, or offensive I should say, excuse me. It's Mindsanity's defensive. The ball's out to the corners and going left and right of the net. Cross back for Melox. Big miss from him, unable to connect the full-on touch. Ball up, put back down, follow suit from RNZ, shoot the target, and there is no defensive there whatsoever.
Yeah, the drive-by underneath, Carrigan up for the save, and there was the player on the rotation all the way far back. You can see Hade step on in now, but I just honestly don't know what the plan was, what the assessment of the situation was there, because Mindsanti were playing as if they were safe progressing downfield, which they just weren't. It's very odd.
And first start here for the Sir side. Again, favourites in this match by technicality. So getting off on the right foot definitely looks like the appropriate position for them to be in here. Mindsanity forcing back, or fighting back off the back foot, will press the issue now, get their own attacking chances generated, but going no further than that corner. Nothing centred up, nothing inside the box, nothing in the centre line at all. Oh, that challenge of Melox almost went right to target, a little bit high, pinching off the crossbar. Nukes now looks to challenge onto his own attacking force and wins out the challenge against Bresley of his own right. 2 shots, 1 connects, 2-0.
Good bump there by Hade, and realistically he needed a second man from Mindsanti chasing on up to keep the pressure going. You know, a simple shadow play to build on out. But both lads were caught in defense, both charged for it. Basically got continuous double committing right now, and I don't know what the game plan is for Mindsanti right here, because they're sort of tripping over each other's toes.
Hade trying to see if he can not trip over his own feet, getting himself aggressed into the corner. Return by Melox, quickly comes back off the backboard. Second touch not quite there. Follow up from RNZ is, but that's also too high. Bresley gets all the breathing room to find the clear, and Hade sends it over to the other half and tries to continue on the counter-attack. Well, still some boost away from the back corners, which might allow the attack to continue, it seems, for Mindsanity. Shot close. RNZ there with a simple save. Nuke's going to follow suit. Double tap from Hade, not going to be allowed. Bresley takes that way too high, so Melox is now the man with the dribble play.
You can see in moments like that, Mindsanti are good. They can get goals, they could get wins, but it just feels like it's in very small bursts, and that's been the issue so far this season. Again, only 1 game to their name, so every single goal really matters. And Sir have got a great little pressure play. They can hold onto midfield like it's nobody's business, and that's going to really struggle the disorder that is the defense of Mindsanti. So Mindsanti got really bolster themselves and play out their skins in so many ways.
More awkward touches from Nukes. Melox going to follow suit into the corner. RNZ waiting for his chance as the ball gets cleared away. Hade and his teammate shoot too far wide. Follow up from Bresley is going to be there, but not so the same from Kara. So one of the midfielders, Hade, follows it back around here, charging onto several members of the Sir camp. RNZ tees it up, receives for Nukes a little bit too high when it comes to his own touches, a little bit off position of his own right, and that allows Hade eventually to counteract. We just got to go back and forth between these two squads. Attacking chances trying to get generated by Mindsanti, but so far none have worked out.
And again, it just reeks of communication disorder for Mindsanti. Good demo coming out from Melox. Hade not going to be able to get the touch. Brezzy respawns in, does well to get onto that. But again, it's just the passing plays, not really set on up across mid. Brezzy is back in net. Hade wasn't given an option. Should have been able to chase onto that 50-50. Sure, it was wickedly fast. But again, they're not really getting ready to put themselves into positions to chase on up. Brezzy into corner there. That's a pass on out. But Hade's already backing on out. He don't want anything to do with it as he moves back to the midfield. And is only brought on into it because the ball's hit straight into him. Mindsanti need more confidence in their own capabilities and in their teammates' capabilities to utilize one another.
Melox here with control out for Kara. Hade taking it into the corner. Good pinch away, but that goes right into the hands of Bresley. Shoots on. RNZ will be able to take it away. Nuke's coming up here with a decent receiver, but Kara there with a block out. Followed suit by RNZ. Takes it high. Follow up with a touch overall with a shot. Defended by Bresley on the line itself. It will go and glow, but it will not get a goal. Bresley on the counter, desperate to find something soon here for Mindsanti because they got 10 seconds left to find a goal and then a kickoff, and the defensive from Sir is not missing a beat. Easy counters, easy defense, easy clears, and seemingly an easy game to start things off for Sir.
Yeah, we'll say Mindsanti were building themselves up in the final 30 seconds. So hopefully it's just like, you know, a warm-up game. Sir are super consistent. So you would expect them to come out the gates, being able to challenge. And 2 goals for them, you could see this was a comfortable game. They weren't overexerting themselves. They're not going to expand that energy. 7 shots put on, 2 going to be converted is a fine conversion ratio for them. They were just looking to hold on to that midfield control and just keep My Insanity at bay. That's their game plan. They don't need to go for flashy goals. That's not Sir.
Well, second game with 5 minutes to the clock. Let's see whether there's something left here for the My Insanity side. And the kickoff sent over to the MYI half. And attacking force set up by Nukes, controlling, unable to follow it all the way forward. Milox bounce out as RNZ tries to receive, and Bresley has other ideas. Defends against him. Hayden also moving up. 30 points to his name, beats 1 defender. Kara in with the receiver. Double tap, not quite available. Not because quite got full control of his ball. It's RNZ there with a save as a result of it. Milox following in with the clear. Challenging 1, not beating out the second. Next to the sideboard, bounces, RNZ receives it. Oh, the follow-up so good, but it's just tipped a little bit too high. So no goal for Sir to start things off.
They go out all, but look at Sir continuously putting questions for the defense of My Insanity. Sir just going to keep this pressure up from the midfield. Hopefully something sticks. RNZ getting blocked out very well there by Kara. Brezzy needs a helping hand. Can only get the 50-50 in the wall, and that's where you need the second player, Jay, to really push in deep, to follow you up into that corner, to be able to get away. Double committing, or at least positionally, can work, but only in shadow play scenarios, and that's when you've got to predict the 50-50 is going to come out and get onto it.
Nuke's attempting the bum play. Milox's demoed car will get the ball to the backboard temporarily. There's no follow-up. Nuke instead of follow suit off the backboard. Second touch, and Milox will not quite shoot to target. RNZ also goes back off the backboard. They're challenging to shove each other out of the net itself, it seems. Bresley and Nukes contesting against each other. That ball up the ceiling. They've got Rule 2 actually going on in the net. That's extra defensive for My Insanity. I'm not sure whether Sir got to continue with this. It seems like Milox has it on lock, but imagine if he's the one to block that ball from going into the back of the net.
A real man, that Milox, I tell you, Jay. Sticking to the dedication of a Rule 2. Full respect. Can I get some thank you, Mr. Milox's in chat? But as this goes on, might get a couple of thank you, Mr. Bresley's. Not going to be able to convert, just a little bit too high. Ran out both boots, can get low enough, and it's so close. My Insanity being able to handle the 2v2 game.
Ball off the backboard. RNZ trying to buy some breathing room for him and his teammate, but awkward touches in the playing a game of 2v2 right now. Nukes knows it. Got to beat 1 individual, unable to do so. 1 good challenge. RNZ, backboard touch, second play in. Kara blocks it, that ball's right there. Where's the backup? If only they had Milox! Oh man! This is why I
That's
hate
also
this
so
stupid
tricky because
rule.
Kara drove around the other 2 guys. He doesn't want to break up. Because you're not wrong in the sense that they do some form of wall in defense because it is outside the net. So it does sort of work as extra defense in My Insanity.
Why is this a thing? Why is this a...
So good.
It's funny because Milox is actually making
Duality.
progress to push Hayden out of the out of the net. That might provide a little bit of breathing room, but even then, RNZ and Nukes left to fend for themselves. Ball in RNZ's control, almost beaten by Kara. Thank God that was wide. He's demoed out. Bresley returned back, unable to go for the redirection, unable to go for the shot. Will shove Nukes out of the way, so RNZ's got to make a play.
Kara looking to pop that one up for himself as he takes the 2 the air, wanting to go for a solo play. Good block from Nukes, and Brezzy chasing on through. He just got to pop that pass. It's high and wide of net, and Nukes can get that away quite easily. So, again, attack after attack in this 2v2 game, they're just so evenly matched. And when it comes to 2v2s, you generally take it more like in turn 1v1. So you have 1 player going on attack, 1 player defensively. So it shows that My Insanity's problem is their 3v3 game, is their team play.
Oh, Kara might have just forced out the only mistake. RNZ still controls it. And continuous playing forward, RNZ sends it over to Nukes. Ball sent over the net. Is that finally on? Oh, hallelujah! Hallelujah! And Milox has slowly, Milox over the course of that entire game, that entire sequence, slowly was pushing Hayde off to the right-hand side. And that actually helped him in the long term. So credit where it's due. Go on.
Milox is on 36 points, now 88 because that was a save. Hayde's on 60. They're like way behind their teammates because that went on for so long.
Well, listen, it contributed, sort of. The 10 seconds, 1 goal to make up for Hayden and the rest of my insanity. They'll challenge on Nukes. He's got the ball in the corner. Kara beaten. Presley up to receive. RNZ pushed out to the corner, and it's going to be Sir letting the ball hit the floor as we go 2-0 up in the series. Oh man, that game was something else, dude. It really was something else.
Not something you see too often. Hey, a 2v2 in a 3v3 tournament. Yeah, they just don't happen for some reason. Going into this third game, it's worryingly getting close to 3-0 scenario because you can't really count on another 2v2 game like that happening again unless the players won't be able to hear this. Could you imagine if Milox and Hayde just forget about the ball, go off somewhere in the corner, and just lock in roll 2?
No,
for the hell of it.
No,
I want this. Please.
No.
It's not going to happen.
No.
No.
Just no. Just no. Just no. Just no. 2-0, game 3, 5 minutes to the clock for Sir to close it and make it another completely swept series for my insanity. Presley here with Kara. Nukes there to intercept at the midfield line. Turns it over to the blue half at the moment, but it won't go too far forward other than that. Double demo in. Might actually favour, I thought it was going to favour RNZ, but one challenge came back. Presley got a chance to strike. Doesn't quite manage to make it happen though. Instead, RNZ goes, wraps it around the backboard. Milox following suit with a touchdown. There's Nukes to the redirection back into Milox's pass. That's a fantastic passing play that gets a goal now for Sir.
That is a good passing play. That's so handsome. Nukes on over towards Milox, who's perfectly placed. Kara's up on that backboard, doing donuts, as he has no idea where a shot's going to come on in, and he's just played himself as well, overthinking the scenario. And that is, again, another issue for Mind Santi. They're just overthinking everything.
It's a big way in for the moment. Hayde in their way out of dodge. RNZ and Milox trying to find Nuke somewhere in the centre field, but unable to do so. Hayde out of RNZ's part. Kara, awkward touch. Presley, even more awkward touch. Third man already committed to the play. Hayde will still get himself involved, at least in terms of getting a touch that keeps it inside the bronze half. Milox contesting. Presley up with a challenge. Beats out a second player as well. So my insanity are doing decent in terms of, like, getting decent, contention above Sir, but unable to convert it into an attack or a goal at this stage, and that's still just two things that they're lacking.
That was a close one there again, but just not able to finish it. That is Mind Santi's current biggest problem. They have improved so much for a series as they get warmed up. Who knows what happened if this was a best of 7, but Sir already have a goal, and they can just explode with power. They're sending all 3 players up into attack as well, so they're getting really aggressive on this one.
One ball bounce, second touch in for Milox, but apparently is his new name. Nukes off the backboard here, will leave it. Fake one. Second player not committing. Milox awkward touch. Is that going to work? No. Kara reads it and just denies RNZ his onus. Denies any chance for him to maintain a decent striking play. Still a little over 2.5 minutes. Yet to see a goal for Mind Sanity. We saw one that nearly came through right there from Kara. Following suit against Milox. Good challenge. Any follow-up? Well, try for it, but RNZ gets involved. Kara gets one more demo back in. They've got to find a clear relatively quickly, though, because Mind Sanity's offensive line is starting to get spooled up.
It is... Oh, a miss by Kara. Nukes putting that into the danger zone. Hayde's got a good little clearance there. And Mind Sanity, knocking on the door. Of course, not in just yet. But they haven't even got a goal yet, Jay. We, again, only have 3 goals this game, mind you. But if they can just get one, this whole series can change at a drop of the hat. And Hayden Bresley, I don't know, holding hands, stepping over each other again.
Perfect chance for Milox to score, but he completely missed the ball. RNZ now going to feed towards Milox. Carrot intercepts and nukes. Touch of the backboard, turned away by 2 bounces from one of the Mind Sanity defenders. Follow suit from Hayde. We'll get it right back down into the Sir half of the field. And they spent the majority of this game in the Sir half of the field, to be fair. But again, Mind Sanity getting opportunities, getting pressure, but unable to convert it into an attack or a goal. So still down by 1-0 as we approach the last minute. That could be a breakaway chance, but that demo in against Bresley. It's going to leave that back line open. Fortunately, Milox unable to counteract for it, unable to follow suit with an attack. They'll try for one right here, but it's denied by Hayde this time.
Milox going for a second touch here for the setup. He's got nukes over to the right. RNZ coming in behind. No one going to be able to find it. Carroll with a good runaway here. He just needs an option. Someone jumping up for this. Here comes Bresley, but doesn't get the touch, and nukes can get that way. 0 boost. But again, it's safety right now for Sir. That touch from Milox, not so much, but RNZ's there to catch up, and they just keep this force down in their opponent's half. That's good for Sir. They don't need another goal.
I thought that pinch was going to lead to one anyway. It was a very awkward touch, but one that almost worked out to them. Cross back, RNZ to receive, pass right back up towards where Milox should have been if he had boost, but he didn't, so he's not. 30 seconds remaining. Hayde now needs to get the attacking play up from the corner, back into the center. Everybody misses the touch. Oh, the redirect is just denied by Nukes. Kara got within inches of taking us back to evens. Hayde did so much to set that up. But the defensive hold strong for Sir in the last 10 seconds. The ball's still being fed into the box. The pinch away for RNZ. Hayde will cross it back over to the corner. 2 seconds. The ball's still up here, but it is in Mind Sanity's half. They've got to get it clear into an attack, and Kara just doesn't have it in him. And Sir sweep the series to leave Mind Sanity continuously down on their luck in the TCS Esports League.
It does. Still only 1 game to their name, and they had chances, Jay, within this series to be able to up that number. Possibly even take the series on another day. Who knows? But, Mind Sanity, it's just pain right now, buddy. Like, they're good guys, they're good players, but it just is not working as a team for them. Evidence shown in that 2v2 where that was a very close 50-50. It's just when it goes to a 3v3, Sir have that game figured.
Yeah, they did. It definitely felt like they did. I mean, it was just... I don't even know what to say there. Like Mind Sanity, they had great moments, they had great petitioning, and they had some opportunities, but again, it was all about converting those opportunities into chances and converting those chances into goals. Very few of the former happened, therefore even less of the latter happened. You know, 3 shots in that last game, for example, for Mind Sanity, and none of those turned into goals overall. So I walk away with a simple sweep victory, and Mind Sanity continue to have bad luck alongside the likes of Vision Gaming, still not getting a series win in this season, only getting that 1 game win earlier on in the season. So that game difference starts to grow between those 2 squads, and they might have to rest entirely on a victory in the last week of the league to maintain their spot and try not to get auto-relegated. Before that point, though, we're going to have to head towards a break and take a look at our final series of the day. Before that, though, Nukes are going to join us in the commentary box, so don't get it. Welcome back to the TCSE Sports League, where we're joined by the wonderful Nukes, whose team has managed to take a 3-0 sweep above bottom table team in My Insanity. Welcome to the show. Congratulations on the win. And first thing I got to ask you is, were you guys expecting an easy one today? I think a lot of people came into this one thinking that you guys were going to get a pretty easy victory, but it's not been the best of seasons from you guys. So what was the expectation coming into the match?
I mean, at the beginning of the season, we kind of looked at each team and thought about which teams we could beat, and My Insanity was one of them, so it was kind of expected from our side. Yeah, there were other teams, though, that we thought that we could win against, probably like Irie and stuff. Letix could have been possible as well, but they're having a good performance currently, too. So, yeah, but My Insanity was pretty much expected.
Sorry, I'm just so distracted because the cameras have really been backtracked there and just caught on up. It was like us in the break, I was doing hoops and all of that. And yeah, what is? Anyway, like today was, just a weird one through and through. Were you guys just more relaxed, especially with the willingness of Melox to commit to the 2v2 for so long, to stay to that rule too?
I mean,
is it just chill vibes today?
Yeah, it was. Well, from our side, it was. I don't know how My Insanity took it, but I mean, come on, it's a rule number one, rule number two, whoever. I don't care. For me, it's rule number one. It's rule number one. You're not gonna break it if you're gonna get the opportunity. So he took it. He's held strong, and we persevered. So.
Well, for you guys, I think coming into this season, I think a lot of people looked at SIR and believed that you guys would be within that top 6 contention again, but it's not really worked out that way. I wanted to ask you about expectations, kind of going forward, but what's the game plan from here on out? Because you are fighting against the idea of a relegation position. Do you think you can make it back into that top 6?
I'm pretty positive that we're going to get into the top 6. Yes, I mean for the team. I mean we pretty much had every strong team behind us already. So I think now it's just Sparks Esports and My Insanity, which I'm pretty sure we're going to win as well. So I'm pretty certain that we're going to get back on top.
Ooh. So you're saying we're going to get 3, maybe even 4 teams that are finishing 4 to 5? Because if you take down Sparks, who you're now tied up with, on 2 to 5, you're going to then be able to jump up to 7th position, and then if you take down My Insanity, you're knocking on the door for 4 wins throughout the league. And just to say that then, so Sparks and me is going to be the interesting one right there, because My Insanity on paper you should be able to win, but Sparks so far this season have been a team that have been super strong, but just not being able to finish off the games, evidenced with 2 wins to 5 losses, but only -3 on the differential. So they've been to so many game 5s.
Yeah. I mean, Sparks Esports, I have seen them play, and they're playing very, very good, I have to say. They just haven't really showed their results yet, which is a little bit unfortunate. But we're still thinking that we're a little bit more consistent than Sparks Esports. Just consistency-wise, we're a little bit better. So we can probably execute it a lot better in the next game against them as well. But that's just my theory.
Yeah. Well, that's I think the big match for you guys coming forward, and that will be in the last week of the league. Next week, you guys have Vision Gaming, and again in a similar position to My Insanity right now, where they're yet to get a full-on series win. They're currently leading in terms of the game differentials when it comes to separating the bottom 2 teams. But for you, are you going to play with a similar amount of non-pressure, or is there going to be any major concerns in that matchup, or is it just going to be a standard day in the office?
I don't think we've ever been really stressed out about a game so far. I mean, we pretty much got the same mentality when we're playing against, for example, Coconutters or Edelweiss or My Insanity. I mean, we just go in, hope for the best, play as best as we can. I mean, you shouldn't really put that much pressure onto yourself for a game like this, because that will just probably make you feel a lot worse or play a lot worse as well. So, trying to keep it chill.
Yeah, so awesome. Do you have any little mental exercises before a game then to calm yourself down, to keep it chill if mentality affects your performance that much?
I gotta be honest, I just play like this all the time. I don't really
care that much. I mean, I would say care, but like I just don't really get into it that like I don't really get tilted or anything, and I think that kind of resonates on my on Milox and RNZ as well, because they are kind of on the same wavelength. So it's more about, you know, having fun, getting some good results, not really about 100%, you know, get your head into the game. It's more about fun for us, but it's still working out a little. So yeah.
Well, that's right. You're having fun. It's all working out, and it looks like you guys are going to be in a decent position going forward. Of course, you've beaten out the Mind Sanity side today, so congratulations on that win. Good luck going forward against Vision Gaming next week. For now, though, we have one more series in this week's action. Edelweiss taking on Coconut as the big guns out to play for here today. So as we head towards a break, do not go anywhere. The TCS Esports League will continue and conclude after this.
Wir sind Edelweiss Esports.
Et on est là pour défendre le titre.
E se non vincete, siete licenziati.
And welcome back to the TCSE Sports League, the poorly dubbed edition, as you've been able to astutely tell. We're into our final matchup of the day, and this will be definitely not poorly played, I don't think, between these two squads. They are the leaderboard leaders in Edelweiss and Coconut as well. Not Edelweiss at the moment, due to them, having been usurped by Slightly Salty and ETX, who have played one more series at this stage. But Coconuts definitively are 6-0. We talk about the likes of Vision Gaming and Mind Sanity not having a single win. They are yet to get a single loss so far, and they're up against the 5-time reigning champions in the Edelweiss side. A match which has been slated always to be the big matchup of the season all the damn time. So in terms of this, I think a lot of people are looking forward to it. I don't want to zoom through it at all, Bacon. So talk to me about this one. How have we?
That's a good one.
This whole
we do still feel like a weirdly dubbed 90s anime or something, a Dragon Ball Z or whatever, but that is so fitting right now for this match because it is a climatic battle. It is like the boss fight right here, and I know some people don't agree with it, but Coconutters are sort of like the heel, the bad guy. Only bad guy for, dramatical sense. They're not bad lads at all. They're fantastic kids. But it's just that sort of, you've got the 5-time champions in Edelweiss. Previously of Savage and Diva, the Wonder Kids of Switzerland, the poster players that went all the way to the RLRS, going up against Coconutters, who always did it a little bit different. Texo, with his connections through Six Fans and whatever, was able to always bring in great international talent to bolster this side, and it's worked. They've been able to make a brand out of it and do so well within the TCS. But the one thing they have not been able to do is take that crown, and as we saw last season, not able to go all the way to the finals. So it's just been a case of when will Coconutters do it? And each and every time, Edelweiss saying, no, we're the best.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, over the course of this season, Coconutters have looked like the best team. Again, they're yet to lose a single series. We had doubts about the idea of bringing in Bateau into this roster, and it definitely feels like Edelweiss did as well, because, I mean, they just made a recent change. Polar is in this roster now. He's a bit of a permanent addition. He's playing in server today against Coconutters. So does that change the complexion of things, Baker? Does it look like that now Edelweiss are the favorites again?
It definitely did feel different last week, but again, you've got to look at who Edelweiss were facing up against. So this week is going to be the real teller. Polar's got tons of great RLCS experience, fitted in really well with the squad. On the opposite end, though, Texo, Yagi, and Dead Monster are a force to be reckoned with. This is the Battle of the Titans, and we are underway here on Champions Field.
Well, Sparks and LetiX set themselves up for game of the season earlier today. This one could be the one that takes that onus away, as Champions Field is the appropriate setting for this confrontation. Edelweiss already pushed onto the back foot here as shots start coming in from Coconutters, who are playing out of the grey half in this one. Edelweiss out in blue, try and get back into the counter-attack, playing this ball off the backboard, and Zafair lurks in the box, waits for his moment, and picks his goal to kick off the series.
Yeah, sort of isn't able to connect with that one. Polar keeping the pressure alive, keeping the attack alive, and Zafair just has to turn on the spot, get a little dodge onto it, and put it away. That's going to be a goal that Coconutters did not want to slip past them. And you can see Yagi is fired up, wanting to go for the flip reset, and actually gets a block after the little whiff, after the mistake, and it keeps the attack alive. Death Monster just doesn't have a player moving up. Texo only a second late, but that second late means that he's not there as an option. That's a beautiful start for the passing play. Yagi 1v1, but Zafair keeps it out.
And a big thing for Yagi to get a victory above this squad as well, knowing that there is ex-teammates involved. The same thing for Polar as well. His ex-teammate of Dead Monster getting involved in this one. We mentioned that before. So all sorts of old school rivalries between these squads, and an amalgamation of a bunch of incredibly talented players in server today. Right now, Edelweiss are on top, but that might all change. Into the midfield, the ball will be left for anyone to take control of. Polar and Dead Monster challenging each other so perfectly as well, as that ball gets sent over to the Edelweiss backboard. In from the corner and all. Zafair beaten out by Texo. Yagi goes up, got to leave that one for Dead Monster. He hasn't got enough height behind it. Ball played up to the backboard again. Polar there to receive it. Texo might slip past, but he misses a chance. Yagi missing out his own opportunity, and Zafair there gets credited with a save.
Does. It's the match of the season, as we always say, between Edelweiss and Coconutters, and it's clearly already living on up to that. Both teams giving it their all. Not really too much to break on down at the moment, Jay, as both teams are trying to figure out different strategies and prod at each other with just some real aggressive attacks. It's so exciting to watch.
Texo and Dead Monster hanging out to the center line. Polar the clear away to Mira, shot on target from the midfield line, and almost went in as well. Yagi had to save that one. Zafair put back off the corner, demo in, two demos out as Polar tries to clear out some of the offensive potential. Not going to be necessary here as the defensive holds, and Polar finds its clear away from a good 50-50 challenge back in the midfield. Dead Monster and Yagi look for their way in. Demo's out. Open net. Oh, it's right there. And Yagi just tips it past the line. What a save that would have been, but it's not to be for Edelweiss.
Yagi was vital to that one. Texo, of course, could have put it away, but it's all about that demo. Yagi creating an open net scenario is massive. Monster not being able to put any power behind it, so giving it away. He should have had patience in that scenario right there. But again, you expect some panicky moments at a game that's this important.
Yeah, this could decide top of the table, especially for Edelweiss, who have already lost a game this season. Having that unbeaten record that carried itself for almost 3 seasons overall, and in this position, again, that back would mean everything to them. For Coconutters to defend theirs and start a legacy of their own. Mira and Den Monster getting involved into this corner. Zafair teeing this one up into the midfield. Pass off the Texo, ball out. off the ceiling. Backboard touch, trying to play this inside the box, but Mira's got that accounted for, so no real opportunity. Polar in with his own dribble play, in with his own aerial attempt, gets that in front of the net, but no one from Edelweiss can get there to follow it up. It's countered back. Dead Monster to the backboard. Zafir tries to deny, and he'll be successful.
So much tension. Great little passing plays coming on out, but again, looking for a third touch there. Coconut is not confident, like in their old ways, of being able to shoot to score from that midfield line. They know now, with the development of Rocket League, not only on these players, but just across the board, that you've got to near enough put it away point blank. Shots on the field like that from Texo in previous seasons might have been able to slip on in, but this season, that step up in quality across the board, it's just not going to happen.
Dead Monster, shot on. I think Zafir, yeah, he just got back there in time. I thought there was a chance that he could have slipped past the last defender. He disrupts that ball's path, and with 30 seconds remaining, we could be on for overtime for game one already. How appropriate that would be. The Texo and Dead Monster bumping into each other. Texo still recovers his angle and gets that ball set up. Yagi with a very long aerial attempt, but Mira takes it away. Polar follows it up for his own double tap, and it goes in! The new blood strikes hard as Edelweiss steal the lead.
Edelweiss, of course, has got to be reminded last season took this series 3-0 in league play, Jay. It was a day where Coconut just did not turn up on. Today, Coconut is looking strong, looking solid. But Edelweiss, this is like Edelweiss 2.0. Since the introduction of Polar, they've somehow been able to find freedom in their movements whilst also being so secure in the back lines. That's a nice launch. But the boys in blue know what to do with it, and they get it to floor.
And what a huge play for Polar. What an amazing moment for him. Again, knowing his position in this team, the newest addition, Edelweiss brought him in last week and looked revitalized for it. Coming into this matchup, the timing could not have been better for them. And against the Coconutters camp, they've taken game one. It was a single goal differential though, Bacon. I think we're in for a few more of those as this one plays out.
Yeah, and like I said last week, 3-0 against Sir, not a bad team, but not the benchmark that you expect of Edelweiss, the top team in Switzerland, have been for over 3 years now. So anything other than the second best team is not good enough as a benchmark. And here we're truly seeing it. Game one, of course, is only game one. Game two, as I always say, Jay, is where we really take the value from. As Coconutters now know how Edelweiss are playing and can formulate counter strats of their own. It's all down to Edelweiss to stay on top.
Texo send us to the backboard. Polar here with control. Yagi reads him so well. Polar's still able to receive this one though. 3 points of boost. He's going for the shot. He carries it all the way from the defensive line despite Yagi's initial beat up. A fantastic play of Polar to get it out of the corner. Both defenders missed it, and Polar scores his second of the series.
Yagi shouldn't have been running around on the wall there. He really confused Texo, because Texo naturally doesn't know where Yagi is going to go. You know, he can't dip into Yagi's mind. So the jump across is just so awkwardly taken. That's when you've got to sort of move out to the middle of the pitch and rotate in to the back post.
Dead Monster tee up off the backboard, bumping one out of the way. Oh no!
What?
Texo with the perfect chance to equalize it. But that one missed aerial is going to throw them off. Now Mira's on the attack alongside Polar. He's got the challenge, the second player coming in from the defensive line. Coconutters on the attack. Oh, Dead Monster takes the high. Where's the follow-up? There it is.
What is crazy?
Yagi scores against his ex-team. And my God, this series is delivering.
It is, as Twitch chat might say, poggers, Jay. Because that right there coming out from Dead Monster shows his 1v1 capabilities, but also shows why he is an RLCS player, why he is top tier, because he's using that trick to set up a teammate and had communicated it so early, but was still threatening enough to force the go for the save from Zafir, because when you're going for a flick like that, surely you're going for net, right?
Oh, Polar almost went for a ceiling rebound and almost got it as well. Dead Monster trying to control out of the defensive line as they're getting closer and closer to the lines themselves. Yagi challenged out of a defensive position. Mira pinching that one away, chasing that ball back into the corner. Yagi will take control of it as Texo leaves it for his man. Polar has receival of the ball up into the backboard. Texo pulls it back down to the target itself with a bit of a slow roller. Polar can control on that one and send it off to the midfield line. Yagi up here, no boost left for him. His teammates got to take it away. Texo here with the ball control. Yagi trying to see if he can get himself upset up, but then Monsters clear away. And Polar into Zaffair, so ready for this shot. It's too far wide. Polar a little bit too high on this one. Third man and Mirror backing off as he needs to get to defensive now. The counter attack is on a Dead Monster.
Yeah, Yagi good. Sees Polar getting the ball and just backtracks it so super early. Dead Monster throwing this downfield for Yagi. This is the difference between top of TCS and mid of TCS. Jay, every single touch has got intention. Every single touch is finding value, and that is the important part. Value in everything you do. Not throw it downfield to get some safety. No, you throw it downfield because you've got a teammate downfield. It is constant connections.
In spite of that, you can see the occasional mistake or two that could throw things off. Dead Monster baited in Mirror, wonderfully played there. Get past the fair, looks for Polar, takes it to the right, back up, coming in, both players commit to it. So does Zaffair get involved on the defensive, pinch out Yagi, center of the field. All three players chasing up for the midfield itself. But the denial of Dead Monster is good enough. One good challenge on one good player. Puts it back. Yagi over to Dead now. Racks in 44 points. A boost off the backboard. Still controls the fair. Shoved out of the way by Mirror. But no one else is there to punish it. Texo will try to look for his own chance. And he finds the only opportunity he had.
Oh, how the tables have turned. 2-1 now in favor to the Coconutters. Edelweiss on the back foot. Can they turn this on around? Very little improvement-wise for these two teams to really go off. It's just taking the opportunities when they arise. A demo attempt there from Mirror is very bold and risky, especially with Polar stepping onto it, but you can see they're just forcing a lot of issues for their opponents. They're trying to make Coconutters super uncomfortable, but Coconutters' wide rotations and a lot of space between them allows safety.
Texo attempting the dunk. Dead Monster beaten out by Polar. Carries this all the way into the grey half. 40 seconds to the clock. There's only a single goal separating Coconutters and Edelweiss. Back off the backboard for Mirror. Texo again clearing downfield. This time a few more long clears coming up. This time there's no follow-up from the players. Yagi will try to get one in a little bit late. Pass up towards Dead Monster, giving it back to his teammate. Texo with a third man breaks away at the last moment. Gives it up to Edelweiss control, but baits all three players into that left-hand side. Mirror eventually gets off to the right. Start to try to get a counter-attack going. Yagi off the backboard, cleared away by Polar. 10 seconds, Mirror is in the midfield already. Sets that up from the corner, denied by Texo. Second player over there at Polar. Here with his dribble play, right inside the box. He's still got a third man waiting for his chance. Zaffair pinches it, puts it right in front for Mirror to dunk it down. It's cleared back out by the defensive of the Coconutters. Texo sends it home. Sends it to the floor and sends Coconutters into game 3 with an even standing.
I want that game 5 so badly. This is nuts. I don't want this to end right now. Both teams are having to push each other to crazy limits. Edelweiss right now using a little bit of time to talk to each other, figure something on out. And the addition to Polar here gives them a lot of experience on just being able to, on the fly, at a high level of game, talk about what you need to change on up. Because not to, bag on Mirror or Zaffair, you got to think, when they were in the RLRS, it was a year ago, Jay. Since then, they've been getting close and being able to go deep within the RLCS, but not to that same level as Polar, as Dead Monster. So Polar's got that sort of current meta knowledge which he can apply and just bring in a couple of fresh ideas which he knows to do.
Game 3. Live and fresh ideas might be necessary at this stage. Both teams blow for blow in this one. Den Monster, that sideboard carries us straight in and over towards the corner. Good pinch away, awkward touch, but is cleared fast enough by Edelweiss's corner defender, so it does not amount towards a shot or interception there from the Coconuts camp. Mira bumping Texo out of the way. Fair trying to get involved. Den Monster shuts that down in an instant with that demo. And Yagi baits in one. Feeds it past the second. Where's his teammate? Where's that passing play? Is he just going to leave it to go? He will for Den Monster. Second tap. Oh, it slips past them. He's RLCS for a reason, boys. Coconuts have a lead.
Den Monster being delivered beautifully. This ball by Yagi. Such a delicate pass. But then to take it and gently bring it down to net in such a calm, confident fashion is stellar. It's only been a minute here in game 3, but that is a massive, massive win for Coconutters. Edelweiss, each single goal against them feels like a million from any other team. It's just so hard to find those individual goals, and even against Coconutters now, who are so solidified in defense, so difficult to get a goal against them as well.
Oh, Texo off the post, man. The thing, all came off the back of Yagi's clutch defensive, who's been playing a wonderful game so far in both offense and defense, and getting another save in against Mira's shot. What could have been a 2-0 lead for Coconutters now continues on Edelweiss trying to make up that deficit. Fair takes that right in front of the box, but there's an R from Den Monster trying to beat out Mira, but with no boost, he can't do much. Polar back on the backside of the field from that corner play, wrap around, demo in from one. Yagi's got to control this, and well, don't doubt him to do so. He is playing such an on-form matchup right now. Approaching the half-time marker, Fair still trying to get some sort of opportunity. Polar might be able to do so, and Yagi, as good as he's been, unable to save that one. So much pressure against his line, and Edelweiss take us to evens.
This goal had been building for the last minute. Took so long to get it. They weren't going for anything fancy. They were just getting the occasional demo here, running Coconutters dry, keeping them pressured, and just waiting for that moment where there's no one in net, and all you got to do is shoot. You don't have to do anything fancy because all the work has already been done. And that is a whole different game plan. Again, being brought to this team right now. Cracking shot put on there, but Den Monster can rotate back in time. Coconut is so fast, so wide in their rotations that they can cover so much defensively.
And try and get so much done offensively as well. That flick from Texo down there, got it together. But Den Monster get back in the defensive as the counter is on from the Edelweiss side. They've been doing a lot of great fakes here. Den Monster is having such a great game reading his opposition, so he's playing a great midfield attack setup, maybe even attacker in general. Board at a backboard, sending it in towards Texo, misses it out. That actually, I should say Yagi there, he misses it out the fake out his opposition. Texo not ready for it, unfortunately, so sending it off to the corner instead. Fair and Mira on the chase back downfield. Texo's got 95 points to boost, but still lose out the chance to Mira. Fortunately, Yagi's there to receive it, turning away from the net itself. A minute and 30. Still 1-1 to the board. Den Monster's trying to set something up for his teammate in the midfield line, but no strikers available.
Incredible reads as well coming out from Edelweiss with all these blocks. Polar with the setup there, but Fair has to get back. He has to be the third man. He can't commit to that one. Just so close to the mark. Not going to be able to convert. Mira does get a very important touch, and Polar's just got to send this down. He's going to cling on to it. He doesn't have the boost, but so close.
Almost got that shot in. I honestly thought that was on. Not to be in this one, and several shots that have been not to be, especially from Coconutters. I count 2 now that have been right there on the post of the crossbar that didn't slip past the line. Could have been looking at a 3-1 game at this moment. Right now, they're on to double tap it. Mira reads that so well. Texo leaving it the whiff as Polar gets up with a touch, and Yagi just forced to get back into the back lines, into that corner. Dead Monster trying to hold it. They're taking it right in front of the net. That's dangerous. But fortunately, Texo has the onus of the defensive himself. Yagi now here with control alongside Dead Monster. Mirror gets involved in the midfield line. The 30-second gong has sounded, so time is ticking. Texo bounced out the sideboard, gives the Fair and Dead Monster a chance, but Dead Monster has broken through. The demo's out, and Coconuts, they have a lead again.
Look at Texo here, turns around, gets rid of Mirror, and Dead Monster just with a very favourable challenge against the Fair lands, turns on the ball, and just hits it. 21 seconds for Edelweiss to find a goal to get us into OT. They're going to be scrambling right now. It is going to be all hands to battle stations to just shoot, and hope something comes through.
Demo out in the midfield will leave the Fair a little bit of breathing room, but no boost. Gets it past Dead Monster. Texo looking to drop it back. Mirror's got a turnover to the Fair. Sends it out of no man's land. Dead Monster gets another attacking opportunity. Polar's got to come in to back up Mirror in this one, but Yagi just lets that ball die. It bounces off the floor crease, actually. Still available. Polar's up, sends that over. Fair to follow in. Oh my god, he's done it! What was that? Edelweiss continuing to show us why they're the reigning champs!
How do you go for that? How do you keep the calmness, the confidence to be able to make a last-second play? Back in defense, Edelweiss had nothing, picking up small pads, picking up one of the 100s, and then just charging. Full trust in each other. That is why Edelweiss are the champions. But remember who put them in that situation. Coconutters are out for blood tonight.
Oh man. Oh, this is a game that keeps on giving. This is a series that might keep on giving of its own right. How far can they go? Edelweiss being pressured again. Texo looks for his chance, and Mirror into Fair scrambling. The defense is starting to be seriously tested from Edelweiss. Pass in as the offensive might be lesser so. Dead Monster on the defense holds that in against Polar's setup, and Texo has got to send that on the long clear. Can't follow it up. He might get beaten by Zafair, and indeed he does. Dead Monster still looks for his chance, beats out two off the backboard. No one can follow it up, so getting a lucky break there from Edelweiss's part. Demo in from Yagi. Miro with a shot, Yagi with a simple defense. Dead Monster getting in the way though. It's not a mistake that gets punished by this one, let alone being a big mistake at all. Texo carries that setup to the backboard. Dead Monster beaten out by Zafair as the defense holds true once again.
Such important, and going for the block there in the air. Texo removes the player. Polar, last man back, has to put this out wide, put it to the side. Mirror does get the block. Not going to be able to chase up quick enough from the Coconut side. And Edelweiss just want to hold pressure, but that's a massive opening!
Oh my god! 150-50 made the difference for Yagi, who just scored his, I think, third goal of this series. Coconutters get away with a steal of a game, and that puts them up 2-1 in this series. Edelweiss did so much to work for that OT, and it comes up poor. And you can see none of these guys are readying up. They are taking this full 60 seconds.
Coconutters next week have got Lausanne. After that, they do have LTX. But right now, this is the team that could take them on down. Or this could be the team where they solidify themselves as a perfect season. Polar apparently has dropped out of Discord. Mid-game is trying to fix it. That's why they're taking their time. But Coconutters are on the verge of possibly being this point where they make history right now. Don't get me wrong. We've seen Slightly Salty take down Edelweiss before, Jay, and that was the match where Edelweiss looked at themselves and brought Polar in. What happens to Edelweiss when Coconuts take them down here? I feel bad about bringing it up, but Edelweiss need proper challenges. This season, they have had them through and through. But it all comes off the back of the work that Coconuts have done themselves. Not only, so it's themselves as well, because they don't play normally as a team. This is just three stellar players that are incredible.
Well, the last 2 times, 3 times I think we've seen these two teams play. It has gone the way of Edelweiss in TCS. And this just becomes even more difficult knowing how pressured they are to make performance happen. Coconutters have been on the precipice of taking one of these championships. They've been on the precipice of being the best team in Switzerland for the past 3 seasons, probably more, arguably. And as a result, this tech pause is just going to really just mount the tension. You could cut it with a knife right now. Coconutters 1 game away from a series win above Edelweiss in what I think has already qualified for a match of the season. Sorry, guys, earlier, but
yeah, that is definitely it. Like the match earlier on today between the TX and Sparks was nuts, but this is definitely taking the cake right now. But to correct your point, yes, whilst last season, Edelweiss 3-0'd Coconutters. Season 4, Jay, Coconutters beat Servette Geneva back when they were Servette Geneva, now Edelweiss. In Game 5, 3-2. So, who knows? Could be Coconuts taken again, but I think this is going to Game 5. Edelweiss, with that long break, might be able to turn things in their favour as Coconuts might have just cooled off.
Well, that is the question. Is it a momentum break? Is there going to be some changes? Well, for Yagi, there's no change whatsoever. Already striking, setting up Dead Monster, who pinches it off the crossbar. Almost a goal in the first 13 seconds of the game. Yagi still dribbles in, continues the attacking onus of the Coconutters. Texo challenging Dead Monster, puts it down into the box. It should be defended pretty nicely as they're caught out, rotating for boost. Only Yagi can challenge. Ball set by Dead Monster, blocked out. Texo comes up, redirects close, but Polar takes his defense inbound, so they'll hold things together. Cross back, Texo returning up and into the corner. Mirror setting up for Zafir's control to the backboard. Waterfalls it in front, no one can take that shot. It's defended again by Texo and Yagi.
Oh, that's not a confident touch by Mirror. Zafir is there, but that's a very risky one. He wanted to put the pass. Yagi throwing that to the side. I don't know how he is able to get so much angle on it. Of course, with the flip, the dodge.
Oh my god.
Blimey, everything is being used here.
I'm surprised they got that many defensive opportunities right there from the Edelweiss side. They were just peppered by Coconutters, getting within inches of the line. Ball out to the corner and the backboard. Mirror in, Texo challenges. It's a little bit too wide. Den Monster 50-50 in against Polar, recognizing he can't go for that shot. Zafir pinched out. Yagi and Den moving forward. Den Monster with his ball control takes it to the floor. Polar beats him out before he gets there. And Texo's got to hold on the defensive, buy some time for his teammates to rotate back into the back line. Even control of the corner as Yagi gets beaten out. Ball to the backboard, Zafir with a double tap. Den Monster with a block off. Yagi's got to clear that and disrupt it, because Polar's given a chance, so is Mirror, to keep the attacking force rolling in towards Polar, who's caught off by landing, and no goal can be scored here.
No, you can't. Mirror's had a pop-off day so far, really utilising that midfield. Pass on over to Mirror as to speak. He's looking to touch that into the scene, lay it on off for Zafir. It was a good touch, but Texo reads it, predicts the path of the ball so well. It is incredible.
And this has been a game of defensive skill, it seems like. Both teams coming up clutching their back lines in their nets at halftime. We're 0-0. Mirror, this ball out, Texo clears it back downfield, and we're starting to see a few more of these long clears from Coconut as it is kind of handing that ball over to the Edelweiss side on a couple of occasions, but they are finding pressure thanks to the breathing room that they've been giving themselves. Polar, 100 points of boost picked up in the midfield. Mirror's going to challenge instead. Polar's going to try leave it, fake it out for Zafir, and it goes in! Edelweiss played the mind games, and Coconut has bit it hook, line, and sinker.
You were exactly right, pointing out those clearances coming out from Coconuts. That's because Edelweiss, whenever they were going on to attack, were going in deep. So Coconutters just want one big clearance to get it up and over Edelweiss, and then they chase down onto it. You've got to think, when you've got a team like Coconutters, they're probably going to go for more simplistic plays, and team ideas like that does not mean they're invalid. They work just as well, because Coconutters at their core are playing some very foundational, very fast, don't get me wrong, and in a lot of sense, some ball chasey Rocket League. But that's because they've got to. They don't have that team chemistry with each other. This is natural skill playing out one after the other. That's why sometimes you do see them double commit, because they're not too sure about the positioning. But it just goes to show the sheer level of players these guys are when you've got 3 lads who only play together in the TCS and do not scrim.
And that 1 goal scored here by Edelweiss going into the last minute leaves us with what could be the decisive goal of this one. This entire series has been down to single goal differentials, be that overtime or otherwise. Edelweiss trying to extend to 2 as Polar gets up off the backboard. Monster's going to have to leave that try and play in against the Fair's attacking angle. Where's Yagi? There's Yagi. Setting up for Texo instead. Mira gets his challenge, which sends it to the box, but doesn't send it to target. It's off the backboard instead. Monster from the ceiling. Polar with a miss. Yagi with control as a result. Off the backboard again. Mira disrupts that ball, takes the momentum, takes the potential away from it. Polar touching that ball back over into the grey half, and they're disallowing any opportunity. Mira trying to pick one away with a good tackle. Doesn't work out. Mira involved. Polar up. Texo disrupts. And Monster looks for his way out on the clear. We'll take it off the sideboard, but it's a fair challenges. The 10-second countdown ensues as Edelweiss look to make a peaceful end to this 4th game. Take us to all 5. Polar into the corner. Any counter-attack? It bounces off the crease. Monster looks for his way out. Ball set in by Zafair, and it will hit the floor. Game 5. Game 5 between the legends and the potential champions at this stage. Edelweiss barely getting past that hurdle. Again, a single goal differential. And what a way to close the day.
It has been a banger of a game so far, and it will continue to be. It's the point that I don't want this to end, you know. Turn this into a best of 7, best of 9. Wish we could, but it would be unfair changing tournament rules halfway through, Jay. So we just have to stick to the best of 5 and have the sudden death matchup.
Best of 9, anyone?
Why not, you know? Like, it'd be great.
I want it.
Wish we could just see this each and every week, right? But Edelweiss's game plan here was just so controlling. Lock it into their opponent's half and keep the ball high. It means Coconutters have to use whatever boost they've got, which is going to be such a luxury resource, you know, if you're forced into your half, to get up into the air. You've got to then predict where the ball's going to be, and thus, if you're only on, say, that 2 pads of boost, 24 boost, you only have a certain limited range you can get out to. That was just such an incredibly well-controlled game by Edelweiss. Sure, it was only 1-0, but you only need 1 goal.
Last game in this series, last game of this match day, what would have been a grand final worthy match at that, but just a regular old match day match. It could be match day of the season if this continues down the route that it has so far. Edelweiss looking to come back against the lead that Coconut has established for themselves, and their early attack will work out in the first 30 seconds as a goal for Edelweiss.
Very similar to game 4, Jay, here. If they can just hold on to this, because I wouldn't be surprised if Edelweiss planned to do that. Just hold on, but I don't want to see it. Every single trick that the guys of Coconutters know are going to be used right here and now. You're going to see some incredible solo plays be pulled out. We need to see some more team plays, you know, infield passes. That's really what they've been missing, alongside some backboard passes, but that's just because, again, this isn't a true-on-true team, only playing together for TCS. So they're just playing more comfortable and more natural and safer Rocket League. They've got wide rotations to them, but their speed means that they can always have one clutch jump across net defender in. They're fantastic players, so they can make those work. But they just got to catch Edelweiss off guard, and that comes back to demos I want to see be pulled out. Oh, what is that 50-50? And Dead just there thanking Yagi. This was gifted
Look at the
to Dead.
patience. Look at the patience for him to wait for Polar to make a mistake. You know that's his ex-teammate. He knew he was going to go for that. Coconut is still showing life despite losing that early goal. And this one really goes back to square one of this stage. Polar off the backboard, couple of awkward defensive lines, but Texo comes back in time to keep this away from the back of the net to deny the lead again for Edelweiss. Now chased downfield, Den Monster gonna have to leave the most of it. Turned away from Yagi, across the path, it's a fair slips it past. Rotation still inbound from Coconut as Edelweiss hold the lead again.
That was a great recovery and redemption goal there for Safair. When you need to step up, you're glad it's the captain who steps up to finish that off. Again though, brilliant pass on up to him. Everyone on Edelweiss doing work now. Texo so close to pulling off a weldy. Yagi, again going for the ground pitch, but Polar read it perfectly.
That one's too high though, Yagi still in. A shot out Polar on the defensive. Dead Monster forced to rotate, no boost. Leaves it up for Texo regardless, so he's going to try to feed it in, but Polar gets to the ball first and foremost as he was expecting it to be a low one. Dead Monster up. Leaves it pretty open for someone to come through from Edelweiss. The bumps in, however. I think Zafair and Miro just got involved with each other. The ball's still out. Yagi to the backboard. Zafair interrupts it, sends it to the ceiling, tries to put it back down. Good challenge from Texo, keeps it inside the box, but there's no follow-up attack here from the Coconut side. 2.5 minutes. We're 2-1 up for Edelweiss. Is there a turnaround? Is there a response back from the Coconutters? Ball into the sideboard. Mira comes up, sends it out of position. Yagi, awkward touch, awkward miss. Den Monster still take control of it. Two players beat him. He's got no boost. Got to find Texo, still challenged by Mira and denies that chance. Yagi with another miss. And you can't afford to make those mistakes at this stage. This is game 5 of this best series, the most important series in the entire league so far.
Jay, Yagi didn't miss it. He was planning for that pass on over towards Dead Monster. But clearly communication didn't come through, or I don't know what, because Dead Monster didn't turn around. They were just looking to pull out as many defenders as possible to just leave it to a one-on-one shooting chance. And it never worked. It never came to fruition. Dead Monster there trying to go for the 50-50 set on up. Yagi going for the 50-50. It worked before, but this time just not able to come on through.
Texo tried to cross to his teammate. Den Monster caught in rotation. Mira up, ball sent to target, trying to get dunked down by Polar. Mira challenged by Texo, who comes in out of nowhere. Zafair with a miss, Texo with a breakaway. Polar's got to get involved, he sends that right back to the grey half. Waterfall in front, and it's an own goal! Coconutters have bowled it now!
Yagi's coming in hot there, and you can't. He couldn't leave it a single second longer, because otherwise it'd been finished off by Mira. So just look at the clock. 1:10 left to go. Tons of time for Coconuts to come back, but just in the context of this one series, we haven't seen that many quick goals. Texo trying it, but not able to find net.
Yagi here with ball control, challenging, touch back, Texo involved, Mira can't get there. Den Monster comes up the sideboard off to the corner. Texo feeds it in, bump play, Yagi leaves it, no! Mira gets back to save it again, and the lifeline for the Coconutters may have just been stolen away. 30 seconds, Yagi and Texo trying to get involved still. Right in front of the box, it's blocked out by Polar, and the defensive holds itself to a clear back into the Coconutters half. Mira sets it up, Yagi with a miss, and Den Monster got to go back in with a counter-attack. They've got to be quick right now. 10 seconds to score 2. Ball back, Yagi sends it high. But with that clear out, I think it's over, Bacon. What a series from the Coconutters, but their undefeated streak ends here as the legends of Switzerland, the champions, the reigning undisputed contenders of the TCS Esports League, take their series and reinstate themselves as the top team in the tournament.
Can we just have this each and every week, please? That was an incredible game. Absolutely loved each and every moment of it. And if that doesn't get you hyped for the finals, Jay, I don't know what will, because at this point, I can't see these two teams not making the finals, because Edelweiss have found themselves once again, and Coconutters, finally, it feels like they have got contention, because Coconuts, with the skill of their players, are like on a whole nother level, and Edelweiss have just brought them down a peg. There is a humbling that's just been happened, but also off the back of that, Jay, I can't believe I'm saying it, we have 4 teams with 6-1 at this point. There are 4 teams effectively tied on up.
Yeah, that series, we thought this would be the breakaway day. We thought this would be the day where things would just, where things would finally start to solidify and people would start to look into their confident position. We thought this would be the day where Coconutters would claim their top spot. But like you mentioned, it does look worse at this stage. 4 teams tied for 6-1. We're sweating it here on the field. We're sweating it in the commentary box. I'm sure a very sweaty individual is the Fair, who will be joining us in a short few moments. While we head towards that break, I'm going to go ahead and clean the sweat off my forehead. So do not go anywhere as we conclude this match day of the TCS Esports League after this.
Wenn ich das Gefühl habe, dass mir alles entgleitet und alles um mich herum zusammenbricht, weiss ich, dass ich mich auf ihn verlassen kann. Immer. Seit 125 Jahren an meiner Seite.
Welcome back to the TCS Esports League's Affair is joining us here in the commentary box with the biggest smile on his face ever, and rightfully so. What a match. What a match that was. And I never asked this question because I think it's always a cop-out because I just feel like it adds nothing. But for you guys, how are you feeling after that absolute banger?
Yeah, it relieves some pressure, I would say. Like it's amazing to win against the probably best opponents you can have. So it's a bit of a relief that we were able to take the win. However, it was not as dominant as it could be, but it's still a relief to win against them.
You talking about dominance after all that is just like, nah, sorry, mate, I can't take you seriously.
Well, give us a little bit of insight then, and going from feelings afterwards, but feelings during the match, because you took game 1, dropped 2, because Coconuts hit back super hard, and then you had that long break because Polar's Discord dropped or something like that, right? In game 3. And then after that break, you just seem to be able to come back, and Coconuts just not able to catch up with you guys. So can you like talk us through the motions of the series and what was going through your minds and through the comms during the game?
I think they played very strong and very good. Like their mechanics were on point. They hit some very cool stuff and were able to outplay a lot of us. So like they played it really well. Then like we had some communications issues. The game we lost, I think it was game 3. Yeah, like the Discord was out, I think, for the last 2 minutes, and that was so awkward to play because it was like, yeah, you never really knew you didn't
Wait,
have
I've got
communication.
Does that include that 0-second goal? You had no comms.
Yeah, no, we didn't have.
How?
Yeah, I think
That's
for the last 2
incredible.
minutes. Yeah, that was really insane.
Well, okay, that needs to go up on Reddit or something. Someone in Twitch chat has just got like free karma because that is nuts to know that that goal was done without comms. Like, because that just felt so clutch and well in tune with one another. So, I guess follow-up question. Sorry for jumping in, Jay, but Poland now? I mean, last week against Sir was like a little bit of a warm-up. This was the full-on test. I mean, if you could give him a score out of 10, you know, what's on the report card right now since he's joined the squad?
I mean,
11.
It's a bit hard to say. Like, I would give him obviously like a very high number. He is an insane player. Like you can't argue that. We just have to kind of fix rotation. Like I still feel like it's not super fluent yet. Like we can still improve as a team. But obviously, Polar as a player he's amazing.
Amazing it could be used to describe a lot of things about your team and about this whole series in general. But I mean, look, now that you guys have got a win and a big win at that not only puts you guys forward but sets Coconuts back, you're now tied up with 4 other teams in the top end of the table, with Slightly Salty and Letty X also being involved in that whole little like kerfuffle, trying to look for the first place position. I want to ask, knowing that and not with the win involved and knowing that you're tied up so much, does this add more pressure to you guys or relieve some going forward?
Honestly, it relieves some because we've played against Slightly Salty just before for the other Swiss league and we won against them 3-1. So it kind of relieves some pressure knowing now that we have Polar on the roster, that we are able to beat these high level teams. It relieves some pressure because, you know, okay, like we were able to beat one of the best teams in the league. So yeah, like it's not that much pressure anymore for the following weeks.
Yeah, okay. I'm still a little bit speechless. I'm sort of seeing like a bit of a daze at the moment. I'm just sort of trying to figure out where things are going. So I guess as a final wrap-up question for you, you've set yourself back up now within that top-end table. You've recovered from what seems to be the main hiccup against Slightly Salty. Is there a 6th championship in for you now? Is there going to be another TCS trophy in your collection?
We're going to do everything for it. Like, a 6 would just be amazing, and we're gonna fight hard for it.
All right. Well, I'm looking forward to see how that fight goes. Next week, you guys will be up against Mind Sanity, and the week after, you'll be up against Lausanne. So I'll be looking forward to see how guys you do in those matchups. For now, though, congratulations on an absolutely epic win, match of the season for you and Coconutters. And I have to say, congratulations on that little accolade as well. So we'll look forward to seeing you in the future weeks. For now, though, again, good luck going forward, and thank you so much for joining us, Affair.
Thank you.
Bacon, I think an appropriate way to end off Matchday 7. Unbelievable scenes here in the TCS Esports League. I'm still reeling from that game. I'm still reeling from the after-match facts that we've just learned about the communications. I'm still a little bit rattled. I'm all over the place. But what a match we just seen, man. And 2 match of the season contenders in the Sparks Letty X series alongside this Edelweiss Coconuts match. I'm so stunned. I'm so stunned. And what a performance it was from these 2 squads. I'm so happy it turned out that way because last time we saw it in mid-season, it didn't work out the way that it wanted to. But in this one, it was an absolute banger.
It was, and let's not forget as well the Slightly Salty versus Lausanne match that we started off, which was 3-1-0 games, the first one being an OT as well. That was a super close series. So match day 7, I think, will go down as this season's best match day. Perhaps the next 2 weeks can ruin that because, of course, we've got some banger weeks coming up. But the only thing we know for sure at the end of today is that we finally have 2 teams that are confirmed to be in the bottom 4 positions. That being Vision Gaming and Mind Sanity. As they're currently on 0 and 7, they're not able to climb on up out of those demotion zones. But they're not locked into any position down there. So everything within the TCS Esports League is still wide open, isn't it?
Indeed, yes. It's that is 100% the case. You know, there's still so much more action, so much more breathing room to come in the next couple of weeks. But before we get to those next weeks, let's recap this week so far. What we've seen over the course of the day, which started off with Slightly Salty versus Lausanne. It was a great series for Slightly Salty, as you mentioned. Good 3-0, even though it was a 3-0, a bit of a close 3-0 at that. Sparks lost out to the LetiX side in what was our series of the season so far. Up until the later portions where Ira Legacy beat out Vision Gaming in a very close contest, a bit closer than it really should have been. Sir beat out My Insanity again, making them completely defeated continuously, only getting that one game of the season. But our real match of the season is Edelweiss versus Coconutters, and this is one that needs to be archived, put on physical media, and stored in a museum of Rocket League somewhere, because it really was amazing, and it has such big ramifications for the rest of the season. Which leaves your table as follows. Coconutters still hold top, just about. Yes, they have lost their first series, which means that they're tied up overall in terms of the wins and losses themselves, but the game difference gives them winning out by 1 above the likes of Slightly Salty and Edelweiss as well, who are coming in 2nd and 3rd. I believe Slightly Salty have the tiebreak advantage. I know that table up there from the website is wrong. I'm coming off of Wikipedia's table, so the head-to-head results means that Slightly Salty should be number 2 in actuality. Both teams have tied up a 12 games difference, and LetiX are in the bottom of that 4-team tie up there with 6-1 and plus 9 games of difference. So 3 behind Edelweiss and Slightly Salty. In 5th and 6th, Ira Legacy and Lausanne separated by a series each with +2 and -2 in the game difference respectively. And in 7th and 8th position, Sparks and Sir still have a chance to climb up as they are also tied at the top end of the relegation part of the table. In 9th and 10th, still Vision Gaming and Mind Sanity have no chance, having still not won a series so far this season. They are fighting against auto-relegation into the next couple of weeks, so that's what they're going to be playing for at this stage. And again, there's still potential for a bit of movement. There's still a lot of potential in that top end of the table as well. I wonder if this series would have rocked Coconutters going forward into the next 2 weeks.
And you talk about that auto-relegation spot, Jay. It's massive right now. Exclamation mark challenger in chat. 2 weeks time, the 23rd, Sunday the 23rd of May. We've got the second Challenger Cup. We've already claimed 2 teams qualified on through just yesterday, but 2 spots still open. You guys click that link that's in chat right now. Or of course, if you're listening to the VOD, head on over to TCS-esports-league.ch. Go through on there, find the Challenger Cups, get yourself signed on up. 2 Swiss players, 1 international player of your choice are the current rules. You could have 3 Swiss players if you really wanted, but of course, 2 is the minimum. There is already an incredible level within TCS Esports League, but each and every season we guarantee movement out and in, and I'm just so excited to see what other undiscovered talent is currently in Switzerland, Jay, and who is going to be joining us next season, because every single match just seems absolutely stacked. And when you have got position lives on the line with that promotion relegation tournament happening early June, with those Challenger Cup qualified teams going up against the bottom 4, they're just incredible to watch. Truly remarkable games where you play your heart out on the pitch.
Absolutely, but before we get to next season, we have to close out this season, which continues with our 8th match day next Monday at 7 p.m. CEST as per usual, where Ira Legacy take on Sparks Esports, Sir take on Vision Gaming, the Coconutters take on Lausanne, Edelweiss take on Mind Sanity, and Slightly Salty take on LetiX in what will be a highlight tiebreaker match of that day right there. I mean, I know that Slightly Salty to LetiX is going to be the main match that I think we'll be looking at as the main highlight, Bacon, but what other ones stand out to you?
For me right now, Ira Legacy versus Sparks. It's got to be said, Ira sitting on 4-3, Sparks down at 2-5, but that's going to be a very, very close matchup. A la Sparks versus LTX. Sparks currently, after that loss, of course, a bit down, but we've seen the quality of this team. And of course, that's going to be a massive tussle to add on into that mid-table battle, because Sparks have to win the next 2 games to have a chance with their game differential right now, because remember, they are a series on down amongst their closest opponents, but their game differential is very good because they go to those game 5s already. They've got easy opponents from here on out, or easier, sorry, in Ira Legacy and then the Swiss Incredible Rebels. So it's very possible that they're still in the running for a 5th/6th space finish.
Indeed, that is the case. So we'll make sure you're tuning in next week, because the action is going to be close at twitch.tv/TCS Esports League. And again, make sure you're signing up with those Challenger Cups. But type an exclamation not Challenger in the Twitch chat right now. But for us, for tonight, that is all we have time for. So we're going to have to bid you all adieu in what should hopefully be another epic day next week here in the TCS Esports League. To that point, though, I've been the Eternal J. My co-commentator has been Digital Bacon. On behalf of all the production staff and admins behind the scenes here at TCS Esports League, I want to thank you all so much for watching and for listening. We're all going to bed to rest up after that banger. So then, though, we'll see you next week, and take care. Goodbye.
Allow us to introduce ourselves. We are the players, the members, and the fans of the TCS Esports League. We don't have big stadium shows, millions of viewers, or our own rap song. But you know what do we have? Our community, our casters, finals, and memes.
We don't play because we have to, we play because we love to. We have scored hundreds of goals from different angles, teams and players, but with one thing in common. If you ask us how to be a part of it, we got 2 words for you. Monday evening.
Baseline kicking, yes, I'm grooving.
Yes, I'm grooving.